Yo! Welcome to Fiction Blue. Got an absolute banger for you today. Harry discovered a hidden pensieve under the floorboards at age 7 containing every secret Dumbledore ever kept. Like, subscribe, comment below. Let's go. Chapter 1. The silver base in the cupboard smelled like old socks and dust and the particular kind of darkness that meant no one was coming. Harry had learned to tell the difference between darknesses. There was the darkness of nighttime, which had stars in it if you pressed your eye against the crack under the door. There was the darkness of being ignored, which was most of his life at number 4, Privet Drive. And then there was this darkness, the cupboard darkness, which was heavy and close and smelled like the underside of the stairs and like everything the Dursleys wanted to forget existed. He was 7 years old. It was mid-July. The heat outside was the kind that made the pavement shimmer, and Uncle Vernon had gone to work in a fury about something Harry hadn't done yet but probably would, and Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen on the phone with someone called Yvonne, and Dudley was at a birthday party for a boy named Piers. Harry had a broken crayon and the inside of a cereal box to draw on. He was drawing a snake. He didn't know why he liked snakes. They just made sense to him in a way most things didn't, the way they moved, all patience and economy, not wasting anything. The crayon was green. The snake looked good. He was pressing harder on a particular scale near the tail when he felt it, a give in the floorboard beneath him. Not the usual settling creak that old houses made. This was deliberate. A hinge kind of give, like something was meant to open. Harry stopped drawing. He pressed his palm flat against the floorboard. Pressed again. The board dipped slightly on one side and rose on the other, a seesaw motion, perfectly balanced. He ran his fingers along the edge and found a groove, shallow and precise, like it had been cut with something much finer than any tool Vernon Dursley owned. He pulled. The board came up clean, silent, like it wanted to be opened. Beneath it was a space, not a gap, not accidentally hollow, but a carved space, deliberate as a question, and sitting in that space was a stone basin. It was shallow and wide, etched around the rim with symbols Harry couldn't read but felt, somehow, the way you feel a word that's on the tip of your tongue. The stone was pale and old, and sitting inside it, perfectly still, was something that was not quite liquid and not quite light. It was silver. Not the silver of coins or cutlery. The silver of something that had once been living. Harry looked at it for a long time. He should have been frightened. He understood that, dimly, the way he understood lots of things other people felt that he couldn't quite access. Fear required a belief that things were going to get worse. Harry's baseline was already low enough that worse felt abstract. He reached in. The moment his fingertips touched the surface, it wasn't like touching water. It was like touching a memory, his own, from last Tuesday, the one where he'd been on the roof and the whole neighborhood had looked small and manageable from up there. That specific feeling. As if the silver light recognized the shape of a mind reaching in and simply welcomed it. He leaned over the basin. His face was very close to the surface. He could see something moving in it, not a reflection. A room, he thought. A very old room with a lot of books. He fell in head first. It wasn't falling. It was more like being exhaled. One moment the cupboard, the next, everywhere. Harry stood, if standing was the right word for it, in a library the size of several cathedrals stacked sideways. The walls were memory stone, the color of old photographs, and the light came from nowhere specific and from everywhere at once. Books lined the shelves, but when he looked closely they weren't books. They were scenes, frozen mid-motion, pressed flat behind glass like butterflies. An old man arguing with a younger version of himself. A woman with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. A boy, Harry's age, sitting in a room full of orphans, doing something with a wardrobe that made the other children move away. The air tasted like someone else's childhood. There was a door at the far end of the library. Harry walked toward it without deciding to. Behind the door was another room. Behind that room, another. Behind that room, a corridor that branched and branched again, and Harry understood, the way dreamers understand the logic of their dreams without questioning it, that this place was enormous. That it was a century of a man's inner life laid out like a city, and every door was a year, and every room was a choice, and every window looked out onto something that had actually happened. He didn't know whose it was. Not yet. The first room he entered was warm. A summer evening somewhere. He was standing at the edge of it, watching a young man, 20, maybe, with auburn hair and a smile that could have charmed anything, sitting across from another young man who was dark-haired and beautiful and wrong in a way Harry couldn't name but felt immediately. The dark-haired one was speaking about blood and inheritance and the natural order of things, and the auburn-haired one was nodding along with an expression that wanted to be agreement but kept slipping into something more complicated. Harry watched the auburn-haired man's hands. They were gripping the arms of his chair just slightly too hard. He was smart, Harry thought. He knew it was wrong. He stayed anyway. The room shifted, and Harry went with it. He saw 100 things in what felt like an afternoon but couldn't have been. A duel in a barn, violent and brilliant, two men who had loved each other firing spells that rewrote the air. A woman caught in the crossfire. The woman dying. The auburn-haired man, older now, devastated in a way that had become structural, built into the architecture of how he walked, kneeling on a road that smelled like summer and making a promise to himself about power that wasn't really about power at all. It was about guilt. About spending the rest of his life making up for one summer of wanting the wrong things. Harry watched this and felt sad for the man and also, already, at 7 years old, understood that guilt made bad architects. He saw a school. A great one, full of moving staircases and arguing portraits and students who learned magic the way Harry had always suspected magic ought to be learned, not hidden and shameful, but open and joyful and serious all at once. The auburn-haired man was older here, a teacher. He was brilliant at it. He loved them, the students, in a way that was almost painful to watch because it was so clearly the nearest thing he'd let himself have to the family he'd destroyed at 20. He saw the school threatened. He saw dark wizards, plural, across decades. He saw a pale man with red eyes and a smile that was the most alive thing about a face that seemed to have rejected humanity as a design choice. He saw this man as a boy, the orphan, the wardrobe, the two bright eyes, and he understood with sudden, cold clarity that the auburn-haired man had known this boy. Had taught him. Had watched him become a monster over the course of several school terms and had done nothing useful about it because he was, for all his brilliance, a man who confused observation with action. He saw a prophecy. A woman with wild eyes speaking in a voice that wasn't her own, and the words fell into Harry like stones into still water. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Harry stood very still in the memory and listened to the full shape of it. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives. He didn't feel afraid. He filed it the way he filed everything, cleanly, in a place he could reach. He saw a baby. Himself, presumably, though he had no memories of being a baby and couldn't verify. He saw a cottage in a village. He saw James Potter, who had Harry's face and a posture that suggested he'd never spent a serious day in his life, and Harry felt an ache for him that was distant and real all at once, because he was dead. Obviously, Harry had always known he was dead, but seeing him alive and laughing in his own kitchen was different from knowing it abstractly. He saw Lily Potter. She had Harry's eyes. Not the other way around. She was arguing with someone on the doorstep of the cottage, a dark-haired boy who had grown into a dark-haired man with lank hair and a pinched expression that was doing a lot of work to hide how much he was hurting. Harry watched the argument without understanding all of it but understanding the shape of it, an old friendship, broken long ago over something shameful the man had done, and this was one last attempt to reach through the break. She wasn't cruel about it. That was the worst part. She was kind, and kind was so much worse than cruel when you were in the middle of losing something. She said goodbye and closed the door, and the man stood on the path for a long time. Harry watched him. Then the memory shifted again, and this was the one that changed everything. It was a conversation. The auburn-haired man, Dumbledore, Harry now knew with absolute certainty, had known for several rooms, had simply been waiting for confirmation, was sitting across from the dark-haired man in a stone office. The dark-haired man was younger here, before the years had fully settled into his face. "You said you would protect her," the dark-haired man said. His voice was very flat. It was the flatness of someone keeping a very large thing compressed into a very small space. "I am doing everything in my power," Dumbledore said. "You're not. You know where they are. You could do more." Severus. Dumbledore's voice was gentle and absolutely unyielding. "If I do more, he will know something has changed. He will adapt. The best protection is the one he cannot see. The best protection is the one that works." There was a pause. "The boy will be protected," Dumbledore said. "I give you my word." "And Lily?" Another pause. Smaller than the first but heavier. "I will do everything I can." Harry watched Snape's face in the silence after that sentence and understood, at 7 years old, with no particular genius for reading people beyond what loneliness teaches you, that the dark-haired man had heard exactly what those words did not say, and that he had decided to believe them anyway because the alternative was unbearable. Then the memory dissolved and became a different one, and this one was cold. Dumbledore, older now, sitting alone in his office, writing in a leather-bound journal. His handwriting was very small and very precise, and Harry floated close enough to read it, since this was a memory and the rules of space were suggestions. The boy must not know. Not the full shape of it. If he knows what I know, what the magic requires, he will not do what needs to be done. He is, I believe, braver than I was at his age. Perhaps braver than anyone. But bravery is not surrender, and what I am asking of him is surrender, in the end. To walk into death without flinching. To know he is the last Horcrux and go anyway. He must be kept ignorant. Not of magic. Not of the war. But of this one thing, this central thing, or the whole architecture fails. I am sorry for it. I am not sorry enough to stop. Harry read it twice. He thought about the woman on the doorstep saying goodbye. He thought about the prophecy. He thought about the cottage in the village and the flash of green light that he couldn't see in any memory because it happened after the last memory ended, but that he'd always carried with him anyway like a scar. He thought about a man who had orchestrated 100 years of choices, brilliant and loving and profoundly arrogant, who had looked at a baby and decided that baby's purpose was to die at the right moment. He didn't feel angry. Not yet. Anger needed somewhere to go, and right now Harry was still inside the Pensieve and there was nowhere to go except forward. He kept walking. He was in there for 3 days. He didn't know that, at the time. Inside the Pensieve, time moved like memory, which is to say it moved according to significance, not seconds. Some moments lasted hours. Some decades collapsed into images. He saw Grindelwald's full rise and fall, and the battle that ended it, and understood that Dumbledore had waited too long to fight his oldest friend and that the delay had cost thousands of lives. He saw the reasoning, the hope that Grindelwald would stop, the inability to believe in the worst version of someone you'd loved, and he understood it and found it insufficient and filed that too. He saw the full history of the Deathly Hallows. He saw Dumbledore's obsession with them, running like a thread through every decade of his life, and understood that even in old age the man hadn't fully conquered the boy he'd been at 20. He saw the Elder Wand and understood its nature. He saw the Resurrection Stone and felt the shape of what it could do and what it couldn't. He saw the Cloak of Invisibility and knew his father had owned it and that Dumbledore had borrowed it and that it was his. He saw all 6 Horcruxes. He saw where they were, most of them, and what they were made of and why, and he saw Dumbledore's slow, painful piecing together of this knowledge and the way the old man had planned to handle it, which was to deploy Harry as a tool and trust that love would do what calculation couldn't. He saw the Horcrux inside himself. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had latched onto the only living thing in the room on the night of the cottage, a baby, warm and crying, the best available vessel. He sat with that one for a while. He was 7 years old and he had just been told, in the most roundabout way imaginable, that there was a piece of the worst dark wizard in a century living in his forehead. He thought about it carefully. He turned it over. He examined it from multiple angles the way he'd seen Dumbledore examine problems in a dozen memories, thoroughly, without rushing, without the luxury of panic. Then he thought, well, that's something to deal with. He saw the political history of the Ministry of Magic, which was rotten in ways that made Aunt Petunia's neighborhood gossip look like high art by comparison. He saw Cornelius Fudge, who he would remember. He saw Dolores Umbridge, and his opinion of her formed fully and completely in about 45 seconds of memory watching and did not subsequently change. He saw the corruption built into the Wisengamot and the way blood status had been weaponized for centuries and the fact that the entire institution needed burning down and rebuilding from the foundations, which wasn't on his immediate list but he made a note. He saw Tom Riddle's full history. All of it. The orphanage and the cave by the sea and the rabbit and the wardrobe. The school years and the beginning of the Horcrux project and the gradual self-destruction of a soul through the sustained, deliberate violence of splitting it. He saw the moment Tom Riddle stopped being a person who had chosen wrong and became something that would have difficulty choosing at all. He felt something complicated about this, not sympathy, precisely, but a kind of sorrowful recognition of what could happen to a brilliant, unloved child who found power before he found anything worth using it for. He thought about himself. His cupboard. His crayon and cereal box. He thought, I'm going to be very careful about that. He saw Horace Slughorn and his collection of promising students. He saw Hagrid's expulsion, which had been Dumbledore's one act of defiance against a ministry that wanted to close the whole investigation. He saw Bathilda Bagshot and Godric's Hollow and half a dozen pieces of social history he'd never have had a reason to seek out. He saw Hogwarts. All of it. Every secret corridor, every moving staircase's weekly schedule, every password the portraits had ever used, every hidden room including one on the 7th floor that could become whatever you needed most. He saw the Chamber of Secrets and its entrance. He saw the layout of the dungeons and the astronomy tower and the room where the Mirror of Erist was kept during its less active seasons. He saw the full theory of wandless magic. Not just the what but the how. Dumbledore had spent 30 years working it out and had committed his entire methodology to memory, and Harry absorbed it the way dry earth takes water, completely and at once. He saw how to perform a Patronus charm without a wand, and why it worked, and what it meant about the relationship between consciousness and magic, that it required happiness as fuel, not because happiness was the opposite of a Dementor but because a Dementor fed on the future, on hope, and a Patronus was the assertion of a self that had a future worth projecting. He found this beautiful in a way he didn't have words for yet. He saw occlumency and legilimency. He sat with those for a very long time. He saw arithmancy and ancient runes and transfiguration theory and the deep structure of curse breaking. He saw Dumbledore's private theories about the nature of death, which were gentler and stranger than anything Harry expected, informed by a man who had watched a lot of people die and had spent a lot of time wondering what the watching meant. He saw love. Not as an abstraction but as Dumbledore had actually experienced it, imperfect and damaged and real. His love for Gellert, which had been the most important thing that ever happened to him and the most catastrophic. His love for Ariana, his sister, who had been broken by small, cruel men who were afraid of what she was, and who had died in the battle that Harry had already seen, caught in a crossfire of two people who loved her fighting someone who didn't. His love for the students, all of them, the ones who made it and the ones who didn't. Harry felt the grief in it and did not look away. He saw the last memory. Not the last chronologically, there were memories up to just a few years ago, recent enough that the light in them was sharp and clear. But the last one Dumbledore had chosen to put here, placed deliberately on top, the first one Harry would have encountered if he'd gone more slowly. It was Dumbledore, alone in his office, speaking directly into the Pensieve as if speaking to a camera. His eyes were very blue and very tired. "If you are watching this," he said, "then you found it. Which means I was wrong about the timing, or the house, or something else entirely, which would be humbling if I were in a position to be humbled by it." He paused. "I suspect I was not meant to leave this here. I suspect, in fact, that I left it here because some part of me, the part that has always been more honest than strategic, wanted someone to find it. Perhaps you. Perhaps someone else." He looked at the basin. "Then back up. I have made many decisions for people who did not ask me to make them. I have told myself it was necessary. I have told myself that the alternative was worse. Both things are true, and neither of them justifies very much, in the end." He folded his hands. "I hope, whoever you are, that you are angry. Anger means you understand what was done. People who are not angry about it have usually decided not to look." He reached toward the basin. "Be better than I was," he said. "Not smarter. Better." He touched the surface, and the memory ended. Harry came up out of the Pensieve like a swimmer surfacing, except that he surfaced back into the cupboard, back into his own body, his cheek pressed against the floorboard, the green crayon broken under his hand. It was morning. Or some morning. Light came in thin and pale under the door. He lay there for a while. His head didn't hurt, which surprised him. He'd expected it to hurt, or to feel full, or to feel like too much had been poured into a container that wasn't meant to hold it. Instead he felt clear. Like a window after rain. Like the morning after a fever breaks. He pressed his palm flat on the floor. Without looking at anything, without moving anything, without making a sound, he willed the smallest crack of light from under the door to widen slightly. The crack widened. He looked at his hand. He thought about everything he'd just seen. A century of one man's knowledge, pressed into him while he was 7 years old with no defenses and a mind wide open. He understood, in a practical way, that he hadn't understood all of it, that some of the memory knowledge would need years to fully surface, the way you hear a piece of music as a child and only understand its sadness when you're old enough to have something to be sad about. But the skeleton of it was there. The full structural skeleton of everything Albus Dumbledore knew, laid down in the deepest part of a mind that was, as it turned out, unusually well suited to holding it. He thought about the journal entry. He must be kept ignorant. He thought about Lily Potter's eyes, which were his eyes. He thought about a soul fragment in his forehead, and the way Dumbledore had planned to handle it, walking Harry to his death at the right moment, like a sacrifice at the right season. He was 7 years old and he had just decided, very quietly and without drama, that he was not going to do that. Not the dying part, not the ignorance part, not any part of the plan that required him to be an object rather than a person. He was going to be very polite about it. He was going to be unassuming and careful and give absolutely nothing away. He was going to learn everything he could, prepare everything he could, dismantle every piece of Voldemort's anchoring to life, including the one in his own head, which was a problem he was going to solve rather than surrender to, and he was going to do it without a single adult in the magical world suspecting the full extent of what he knew. Because knowledge, he now understood, was not useful if everyone knew you had it. Knowledge was only a weapon when it was held close. He also thought, because he was 7 and because he had just seen what happened to brilliant lonely children who found power and had nothing to anchor it, that he was going to need friends. Real ones. Not tools, not allies, not assets. People. He put that on the list too. He carefully lowered the stone basin back into its hidden space. He set the floorboard over it. He looked at the crack of light under the door and widened it again without touching anything, just to see if he could still do it. He could. He was, he realized, very hungry. He hadn't eaten in 3 days. This was not particularly unusual for summers at the Dursleys, but it was still unpleasant. He thought about the kitchen. The bread bin. He thought carefully about Dudley's bedroom, above him, and about a pair of Dudley's trainers that were near the door, and he thought about them in a particular focused way and then, a small thud above him. Then another. Then the sound of Dudley waking up in the confused way Dudley always woke up, aggressive and disoriented. He'd knocked the trainers over. 2 floors up, through the ceiling. Without touching them. He was pleased by this, though he kept the pleasure contained. He heard Aunt Petunia downstairs, beginning her morning routine. He heard the kettle. He heard the slow, thunderous descent of Vernon Dursley, who shook the stairs coming down in a way that was either dignity or a joint problem. Harry sat in his cupboard and waited. When the door opened, it was Petunia, her thin face sharp with the morning. She looked at him the way she always looked at him, like a stain that wouldn't lift, and said, "Up. There's washing up to do." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said. He got up. He was 7 years old. He went to do the washing up. He thought, while he scrubbed the pans, 3 years. I have 3 years before the Hogwarts letter comes. He picked up the scrubbing brush and thought about the Elder Wand. He thought about what Dumbledore's notes had said about wandless magic, that it required not effort but acceptance. That the gap between wand magic and wandless magic was the gap between asking and being. A wand was a focusing tool. It pointed the magic out like a finger pointing at something. Without a wand you had to become the pointing itself. He tried the scrubbing brush. He moved it without holding it. It moved. He put his hands in the soapy water and looked like he was working while the brush moved on its own in small, efficient circles. He thought it looked quite good, actually. He thought, with the detached, calm assessment of someone who has recently processed a century of magical theory, that he might be unusually suited to wandless magic. Not better than Dumbledore eventually got. But starting earlier. And with the full theoretical framework already in place, which Dumbledore had spent 30 years building from scratch. He was 7. He had 3 years. He thought that might be enough. That evening he got the cereal box back out and turned it over to the clean side. He wrote out, in very small writing, the list of Horcruxes as he remembered them. He had an excellent memory, had always had one, actually, even before the Pensieve, but now it was organized in a way it hadn't been before, each piece of knowledge slotted into its proper place like a well-made cabinet. The diary, he wrote, destroyed. Tom Riddle's school diary. Ginny Weasley, 2nd year. Basilisk Fawn. He paused. That was 4 years away. He knew what was going to happen. He knew, in outline, the sequence of events that Dumbledore's memories had shown him, not with certainty, since the future wasn't in the Pensieve, only the past and the old man's careful analysis of what the past implied. But he knew enough. He kept writing. The ring, Gaunt family ring. Resurrection stone in the setting. Location, Gaunt shack, Little Hangleton. Curse in the ring, killing curse variant, complex, layered. Dumbledore's hand, later. He looked at that one. He knew what the curse did. He knew what it cost Dumbledore. He thought about whether there was a way to destroy the ring without touching the curse, and he thought about the fiend fire theory he'd absorbed in several curse-breaking methodologies, and he made a note with an asterisk. The locket, Salazar Slytherin's locket. Hidden in the sea cave. Fake locket substituted by R.A.B., Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius's brother. Real locket currently, creature, likely. He paused on Sirius. He knew Sirius was in Azkaban. He knew Sirius was innocent. He knew the rat, Scabbers, he would remember, Ronald Weasley's rat, Pettigrew, the small treacherous man, was the secret keeper and that Sirius had been imprisoned without a trial, which was the kind of thing the Ministry of Magic apparently did when it was busy being frightened and incompetent. He filed Sirius under urgent and moved on. The cup, Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, Gringotts. The diadem, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Lost for centuries. Currently in the room of requirement, Hogwarts. Fiend fire. He stopped. The room of requirement was at Hogwarts. He'd need access to Hogwarts. 3 years. The snake, Nagini. Voldemort's familiar. Made into a Horcrux after he regained physical form. Currently cannot be destroyed without destroying the snake, which is at Voldemort's side. He looked at the list. The scar, the fragment of Voldemort's soul in me. He wrote it and looked at it for a long time. The theory of Horcrux destruction, as Dumbledore had painstakingly assembled it, required the vessel to be destroyed beyond magical repair. The soul fragment attached to a human body was categorically different. Dumbledore's notes had made clear that he believed Harry would have to die, because the only precedent for a soul fragment detaching from a living host was if the host was killed. The soul fragment, untethered, would be vulnerable. Harry stared at the word die that he hadn't written on the cereal box but was present in the logic of the sentence anyway. He thought about it very carefully. He thought about the nature of the resurrection stone, which brought back echoes. He thought about the Elder Wand's mastery, which was about love of conquest versus acceptance of death. He thought about the cloak, which was the true Hallow, the one that the original story said was given by death to the man who greeted him as a friend. He turned these 3 things over in his mind. He thought about the killing curse and its mechanism. Dumbledore's notes, which had been some of the most esoteric material in the Pensieve and the hardest for Harry's 7-year-old mind to fully grasp, though the skeleton of it was there, suggested something interesting. The killing curse destroyed the life force. It didn't, necessarily, destroy the consciousness. Not in cases where the consciousness had, protection. Special protection. The kind Lily Potter had created with her death. He thought about his mother. He thought, what if she protected more than just my body? He didn't have the answer. He filed it under critical, investigate and moved on. He folded the cereal box carefully and pushed it behind his mattress. He lay on his back in the dark and looked at the underside of the stairs above him and thought about the next 3 years. Not with dread. With something that was not quite excitement but was adjacent to it, the feeling of a puzzle you've been looking at from too close suddenly coming into focus, the gestalt of it shifting into clarity. He had the knowledge. He needed practice, information he couldn't get from a Pensieve, allies he'd have to earn one at a time, and access to places that were currently beyond his reach. He also needed food, which was a much more immediate problem, and he had a solution for it that involved a wandless accio and the bread bin in the kitchen, which he tried. The bread came through the cupboard door sideways, which bent the crusts a bit. He ate it anyway and thought it was the best bread he'd ever had. Not because it tasted good. Because he'd taken it himself. Summer settled around number 4, Privet Drive like a comfortable, terrible blanket. The Dursleys did not notice that their nephew was different, because the Dursleys had made a deliberate practice of not noticing anything about Harry that would require them to revise their understanding of him. He was still small, still quiet, still careful to look confused when Vernon explained the television remote for the 14th time. He still flinched at shouting, not from fear, exactly, but because he'd learned that flinching diffused situations and he was interested in diffusion. He did his chores. He answered questions minimally and pleasantly. He did not turn Dudley's hair blue or make things levitate, at least not in front of anyone. At night, in the cupboard, he practiced. He started with the simplest applications, moving small objects, encouraging or discouraging light, making sounds slightly louder or softer. Not difficult magic. Calibration magic. He was learning the sensation of doing it, the particular quality of attention it required, the difference between the sharp crack of accidental magic and the slow, steady pull of deliberate wandless work. Accidental magic, he now understood, was like sneezing. Deliberate magic was breathing. You could do both, but only one of them could be controlled. By the second week of August he could write without holding the pencil. By the third he could hold a conversation with Aunt Petunia while simultaneously, invisibly, silently, peeling potatoes in the kitchen with wandless transfiguration applied to the peeler. Not because it saved effort, particularly. Because the complexity of it was good training. Dumbledore's notes had emphasized that wandless magic at advanced levels required the ability to maintain multiple intentions simultaneously, and that this was best developed early. He was, he thought, developing it early. He was also reading. This required more creativity, since the Dursleys had books in the house, a set of encyclopedias that Vernon had bought second-hand and never opened, some of Petunia's gardening guides, Dudley's school readers which were a year behind where Harry ought to have been, and none of them were about magic. Harry read them anyway. He was interested in botany because some of the magical plants he'd seen in Dumbledore's memories had mundane relatives and the underlying biology was relevant. He was interested in chemistry because it was the non-magical version of potions and he suspected knowing both was better than knowing one. He was interested in history, particularly the history of religious persecution and political manipulation, because he was going to be dealing with the Ministry of Magic and he wanted contextual frameworks. He also memorized the encyclopedia entry on snakes. All of it. He had always been able to talk to snakes. He hadn't known it meant anything. Now he knew it was Parseltongue, a gift so rare the magical world found it frightening, and that it was technically a remnant of Voldemort's soul fragment that had transferred that night in Godric's Hollow. He thought about what that meant for a while, whether the Parseltongue would survive the removal of the Horcrux, whether it was his now or still borrowed. He filed it under to be determined and continued being able to talk to the garden snake that lived under Petunia's rose bushes. The garden snake was named, as far as Harry could translate it, something like Dry Light Still. She was uninterested in human affairs and extremely interested in a particular vole that had been evading her for 3 seasons. Harry offered tactical advice about the vole. Dry Light Still seemed to appreciate it. He thought about Neville Longbottom. He'd seen Neville in Dumbledore's memories, not directly, but through the lens of the prophecy. Born as the 7th month dies. Neville's birthday was July 30th, Harry's was July 31st. Both had parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. Voldemort had chosen Harry, but the prophecy didn't specify. It only specified that the one who was chosen was the one Voldemort needed to worry about. Which meant Neville could have been the one. Could have been standing in this cupboard, processing a century of someone else's memories, planning the dismantling of a dark wizard's immortality architecture. Harry thought, I'm glad it was me and not him. Not because he was selfless about it. But because he'd seen what was in the Pensieve, and none of it looked like something a person with a normal childhood should have to carry. And Neville, whatever happened to his parents, whatever Bellatrix Lestrange had done to Frank and Alice Longbottom in a room Harry didn't fully understand yet but felt the edges of like a bruise, Neville deserved, Harry thought, to come to magic sideways. To discover it was joyful before he discovered it was a war. He was going to make sure that happened if he could. He had a list now. Multiple lists, organized by urgency and by the access required to act on them. He couldn't do much about Azkaban or Horcruxes or the Ministry from a cupboard in Surrey. But there were things he could do. He could prepare. He could get strong. He could, when he got to Hogwarts, make choices that seemed ordinary and were actually very carefully calculated. He didn't feel the loneliness much anymore. He noticed it, the way you notice a sound that's always been there once someone points it out, but it didn't hollow him out the way it used to. He had too much to think about. He was, in all the ways that mattered, no longer alone. He had a century of company. He just had to wait until the world was ready to see the rest of him. Outside the cupboard, the summer continued its heat. The Dursleys watched television and argued about schedules and lived their small, careful lives behind their identical fence. Underneath the floorboards, the Pensieve sat in its carved space and glowed, very faintly, silver. Harry lay on his back in the dark and smiled at the ceiling. 3 years, he thought. He had a great deal to do. Chapter 2, the years between lightning. The winter Harry turned 8, he started running. Not because anyone told him to, and not because he'd read something in an encyclopedia about physical conditioning, though he had, the entry on military training that he'd found in Volume 7 was thorough enough. He started running because one morning he woke up before the Dursleys and slipped out the back door into the blue-grey Surrey dawn, and the moment his feet hit the pavement he understood that his body, which had spent 7 years being small and still in a cupboard, was furious at him for it. He ran until his chest burned and his legs felt like wet rope. He made it to the end of Privet Drive and halfway up Magnolia Crescent before he had to stop, hands on knees, breathing steam into the cold morning air. A week later he made it to the park and back. By February he was running 5 miles before Vernon's alarm went off. He didn't look like much, he was still small, still thin, still wearing Dudley's cast-off clothes that hung off him like curtains from a different house, but underneath the oversized jumper his body was changing in a way that belonged entirely to him. He thought of it as his first piece of real estate. The Dursleys owned the cupboard and the house and the address and the narrative that he was a burden and a problem and a charity case. They didn't own what he was building inside it. He ate more. This required creativity. He'd gotten quite good at wandless accio by mid-autumn, precise enough to move individual biscuits out of Dudley's room without waking him, careful enough to take from the back of the pantry where Petunia wouldn't notice the gaps immediately. He didn't take much. Just enough. He wasn't interested in comfort. He was interested in function. He also discovered the library. Not the school library, which was thin and smelled of mildew and contained mostly books about dinosaurs that were 10 years out of date. The public library, 3 streets past Magnolia Crescent, which had 4 floors and a librarian named Mrs. Figg who was, he stopped the first time he walked in, because standing at the circulation desk was a small woman with gray hair and an expression of absolute unsurprise at the sight of him. He knew who she was. He'd seen her in Dumbledore's memories. Arabella Figg, a squib who had lived on Wisteria Walk for 15 years specifically to watch over Harry Potter from a distance and report to Dumbledore. He looked at her. She looked at him. "You're out early," she said. "I like reading," Harry said, which was true. She checked out his books without another word. But he noticed her hands pause briefly on the library card he'd signed, H. Potter, and her eyes went to him once more with something that wasn't casual. He smiled at her pleasantly and took his books to a table by the window. He went back twice a week. She was always there. She never mentioned Dumbledore or magic or anything that would have required him to react. She just checked out his books, history, chemistry, astronomy, botany, one extremely dense volume on European mythology that he'd taken because it contained 3 chapters on elder trees with properties that felt significant, and occasionally recommended things. "You might like this one," she said once, sliding a book across the desk. It was a biography of Nicholas Flamel. Harry looked at the cover. Looked at her. "Thank you, Mrs. Figg," he said. She was watching him with an expression he couldn't entirely read. Not suspicion. More like someone trying to work out which puzzle they were looking at. He read the Flamel book in 2 days. The Philosopher's Stone was mentioned only obliquely, and most of the magical theory was heavily euphemized for a Muggle publication, but the underlying principles were there if you knew what to look for. He made notes in the margins in a private shorthand he'd developed, a mix of the magical notation system he'd learned from Dumbledore's memories and his own modifications, which he was fairly confident no one else alive could read. He was 9 years old. He was learning 3 things at once at all times. He was not unhappy. Spring of Harry's 9th year brought 2 things, a period of genuine warmth that meant he could run in a t-shirt, and the discovery that he could, with enough concentration, perform basic legilimency. This was an accident. He'd been in the kitchen doing breakfast, Petunia's eggs, Vernon's toast, Dudley's obscene quantity of bacon, when Dudley came downstairs in a particularly vile mood about a toy that had broken and started laying the groundwork for a tantrum. Harry watched him over the frying pan and thought, absently, what's he actually upset about? It's not the toy, and then he was inside Dudley's head for about 2 seconds. He pulled back immediately. It felt like touching something hot, not painful, exactly, but urgent. He stood very still over the frying pan and breathed. Dudley was frightened of something at school. Some older boy who'd been saying things. Under the bluster of the broken toy was a scared 9-year-old who didn't know how to talk about being frightened because the Dursley house did not have a language for that. Harry put the eggs on the plate. He didn't use the legilimency again on Dudley after that. It felt like a violation of something, even if Dudley had never extended him any corresponding courtesy. There were lines he was drawing for himself, carefully, in the same way he'd decided not to steal more from the pantry than he needed. The Pensieve had shown him a dozen ways that justified feeling choices became corrosive habits. He was paying attention to that. He practiced legilimency instead on Mrs. Figg's cats, who were not concerned with privacy and whose inner lives turned out to be extremely straightforward: food, warmth, the periodic and intense conviction that something needed to be chased, a background hum of territorial assessment. He found this restful. He got better. By the end of the school year he could slip into a surface reading of a person's mood without them noticing. He did not go deeper. Not yet. He turned 10 in the summer. 1 year left before Hogwarts. He took stock. Wandless magic, significantly beyond where he'd expected to be. He could perform most spells silently and without movement, not all, but most. The ones that still required physical anchoring were the very large ones, the ones that moved massive amounts of matter or energy, the ones Dumbledore in the memories had noted required a wand's focusing channel to keep from becoming unruly. He was working on those. He'd moved the garden shed 3 inches to the left one morning in August, just to see if he could. He'd moved it back immediately, because Vernon would have noticed eventually, but the point was made to himself. Acclimacy, complete. His mind was, as far as he could construct it, a seamless surface. He'd built the interior architecture of it carefully over 3 years, not the way Dumbledore's notes had described, which was a matter of smoothing and suppressing, but his own way, which was more like organization. He didn't hide his thoughts by making them inaccessible, he hid them by making the accessible surface so normal that there was nothing to probe. When someone looked at Harry Potter they saw a slightly quiet, somewhat studious boy with unremarkable thoughts about breakfast and school and whether it might rain. Underneath that surface was everything else. Legilimency, functional at surface level, increasingly refined. He was being careful about depth. He was aware that deep legilimency without a wand and without formal training could cause damage to the subject, and he had no interest in damaging people. Physical, he was lean and fast and had excellent reflexes, which he developed by a practice he'd invented himself. He called it noticing, though it didn't have a formal name, which was simply the ongoing habit of paying attention to everything in his physical environment at all times. What was behind him? Where the exits were. How close the nearest person was. Where objects had been moved since yesterday. He'd found, around age 9, that maintaining this kind of environmental awareness was effortless and constant and had begun to feel less like a practice and more like a sense. Languages, he'd worked through basic Latin from a grammar book he'd found discarded in the park, because magical incantations were mostly Latin and understanding the derivation helped with improvisation. He'd started French because Beauxbatons was mentioned frequently enough in Dumbledore's memories that he thought a working knowledge might be useful. The Horcrux problem, he'd spent 3 years thinking about this. He had a plan. Multiple contingencies. He wasn't going to think about the soul fragment in his forehead until he had access to the kind of magical resources that could help him address it, but he had a theoretical framework now that he was cautiously optimistic about, built from Dumbledore's notes on the Hallows and his own reasoning about his mother's protection and several late-night tangents that had taken him to the edges of magic theory he barely had vocabulary for. Allies, 0. Which needed to change. He thought about this problem with particular care. He knew the names. He knew the shapes of people, as Dumbledore had seen them: Hermione Granger, whose parents were dentists in London and who had been reading Hogwarts, a history already, who would be terrifying and loyal in equal measure. Ron Weasley, who was funny and brave in the specific way that people were brave when they didn't think of themselves as brave people, which was the most reliable kind. Neville Longbottom, who had been planted wrong and needed better soil. He couldn't reach them before Hogwarts. The magical world didn't offer convenient networking events for pre-Hogwarts children, and showing up at a Weasley family's house in Devon to introduce himself would have required explanations he wasn't ready to give. But there was one person he could reach. He went to see Arabella Figg on a Tuesday in October, when the library was quiet and the afternoon light came in bronze and low through the windows, and he sat down across from her at the desk and said, without preamble, "You knew my mother." Mrs. Figg put down her date stamp with the precise care of a person buying herself 2 seconds. "A little," she said. "We were acquainted. She was a witch." "Yes. And you watch me for Albus Dumbledore." The pause this time was longer. She looked at him, really looked, the way she'd been not quite looking for 2 years, and something in her face shifted, a whole set of assumptions reorganizing themselves. "How long have you known?" she said. "Since I was 7. The library visits. I wanted books. And I wanted to see if you'd say anything." She was quiet for a moment. "You didn't seem like, you seemed like a normal boy." "I tried to," Harry said. "It seemed easier." Mrs. Figg sat back in her chair and looked at him with an expression he now recognized as the specific blend of respect and wariness that people had when they encountered something younger and more capable than they'd budgeted for. "What do you want from me?" she said. He'd thought about this carefully. He was 10 years old. He needed someone in the magical world who was not Dumbledore's instrument, which Mrs. Figg technically was, but who was also not positioned to do very much damage with what he told her. "I want you to keep watching me for Dumbledore," he said. "I want you to keep reporting whatever you've been reporting. I'm managing, nothing alarming to report." "Can you do that?" She studied him. "And what you're actually doing?" "Learning," Harry said. "And preparing. For things that need preparing for." She was quiet again for a long moment. She was, he knew from the memories, not a stupid woman. She'd simply been placed in a role that didn't use her intelligence and had spent 15 years making peace with it. He watched something in her sit up a little straighter. "He's going to be angry," she said finally. "When he finds out how much you know." "Probably," Harry agreed. "But he put the Pensieve at Privet Drive." She blinked. What? "There was a Pensieve under the floorboards of my cupboard." "His memories." "All of them, I think." He watched her face move through several expressions. "I don't think he meant to leave it there." "But he did." The silence that followed had texture. "All of them," Mrs. Figg said. "All of them." She pressed her lips together. "Lord Almighty." She was quiet another moment and then, with the air of someone who has just been handed a problem that is now their problem and has decided to simply deal with it, "Do you want tea?" "Yes please," Harry said. She made tea on the little hot plate she kept behind the desk, and she told him, carefully, selectively, in the way of someone who was still working out what they were deciding, some things about his parents that weren't in Dumbledore's memories. Small things. The way Lily laughed. The way James had once accidentally transfigured himself into a moderately sized badger at a ministry party and had handled it with tremendous dignity. The way they'd been with each other, the specific shorthand of a marriage that was very young and very happy and very aware that it might not last. Harry listened to all of it and kept his face calm and was absolutely not going to cry in a library. He didn't cry in the library. He cried later, running, in the dark of a November evening, when there was no one to see it and the cold turned his face numb quickly enough that it didn't last long. Then he wiped his face on Dudley's old sleeve and ran home. The summer before Hogwarts was the most deliberate of his life. He rose at 5 and ran. He spent the morning on wandless practice, mostly the precision work. He could manage a silencing charm now, and a basic shield, and a very solid lumos that produced light without any focal point, just light existing in the air around his hand, which was aesthetically satisfying if nothing else. He spent his afternoons reading. He spent his evenings reviewing, in his own mind, the organizational structure of what he knew, running through Horcrux locations, ministry personnel, Hogwarts maps, theoretical magic, the way you ran through vocabulary in a language you were learning, keeping it fluid. He also, in May, performed his first significant deliberate magic in front of a witness. It was not intentional. He was at the park. There was a group of older boys, Dudley's crowd, 13 and 14, moving in the particular pack formation of boys who were old enough to want power and too young to have any legitimate way to get it. They'd found a kid from the primary school who was smaller than them and had made the calculation, correctly, by their logic, that no one was going to stop them. Harry walked through the park gate and saw what was happening and made a different calculation. He was 11 in 7 weeks. He was not, technically, supposed to perform magic outside of school. He also did not have a wand, which meant, as Dumbledore's memories had helpfully explained, that the trace couldn't detect him. The trace was tied to wand magic. Wandless magic at age 11, even quite significant wandless magic, passed undetected. He was aware this was useful information. He walked across the grass and stood next to the group of older boys and said, in a voice that was pleasantly conversational, "Leave off." The tallest one, Mark something, Dudley's second, looked at him with genuine amusement. "Potter. Buzz off." Harry looked at him with the same mild patience he'd been cultivating for 4 years. Then Mark's shoelaces tied themselves together. He went down like a tree. Not hurt, just tangled, suddenly, inexplicably on the ground, looking at his feet with an expression of complete bafflement. The other boys scattered in the instinctive way of their species. The small kid from primary school ran in the opposite direction. Harry offered Mark a hand up. Mark, who was baffled and wary and not quite sure what had happened, took it. "Weird," Mark said, looking at his shoes. "Very," Harry agreed, and walked home. He did not look back, but he felt someone watching from the park gate, a woman with a cat, gray-haired, pretending to look elsewhere, and he let the corner of his mouth do what it wanted, briefly, before he put it away. On July 31st, Harry woke up before dawn, which was not unusual, and lay in his cupboard and let himself feel 11 for a moment. He did this sometimes, gave himself a few minutes to simply be the age he was instead of the age his knowledge made him feel. He thought about the fact that today was his birthday. He thought about the fact that he had never in his life had a birthday party, which was a petty thing to think about given everything, but was also true. He thought about Lily Potter making a cake in a kitchen in Godric's Hollow, and whether she'd had the kind of kitchen with good light in the mornings, and decided that she had. He wished himself happy birthday in Parseltongue, which was the only language in which it felt completely unself-conscious. Then he got up and went for his run. He came back to find a letter on the doormat. It was addressed, as he'd known it would be, as Dumbledore had seen in the acceptance records, to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He stood in the hallway in his running clothes and looked at it for a moment. Then he picked it up and took it to his cupboard and opened it. The parchment was heavy and cream-colored and smelled faintly of something that was not exactly candle wax but was close. He read the letter from Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, with the full knowledge of who she was, her history, her competence, her loyalty, her specific capacity for warmth disguised as severity, and felt genuinely pleased by the idea of meeting her. He put the letter carefully under his mattress next to the folded cereal box with the Horcrux list. Then he heard Vernon coming down the stairs and went to make breakfast. The conversation with Vernon about Hogwarts was not, in the end, very difficult. Vernon got red. Vernon got loud. Vernon said several things about freaks and that lot and absolutely not, boy. Petunia went very pale and brittle. Dudley observed from the hallway with his thumb in his mouth, which he was too old for. Harry stood in the kitchen and waited. When Vernon ran out of air, Harry said, calmly, "I'll be gone for most of the year. You won't have to think about me at all." The redness in Vernon's face migrated slightly as this information was processed. Gone most of the year. Not here. The problem, because Harry was always the problem, the thing that required management, the unpredictable variable, simply absent from most of the calendar. And Summers? Petunia said, her voice tight. "I'd need somewhere to come back to during summers," Harry said, because the magical protections at Privet Drive, Dumbledore's blood wards, required him to return here annually until he came of age. He knew this. He just needed to give them a reason they could accept. Just somewhere to sleep. Petunia looked at him with the expression she'd been giving him since he was a baby, the expression of someone trying to see the least possible amount of something. "Fine," she said. She walked out of the kitchen. Vernon stared at Harry for a long moment and then, with the air of a man accepting a military defeat, "We'll take you to get your things." "I can find my own way, actually," Harry said. "I know where to go." He didn't, in fact, have any money. But he knew where his money was, his parents' vault at Gringotts, key held by Dumbledore's care, and he had 3 years of planning for exactly this moment. He had Mrs. Figg. Arabella Figg drove him to London in a car that smelled strongly of cats and had 3 distinct air fresheners that were all losing their individual battles. She didn't talk much on the motorway, which Harry appreciated. When they got to London she parked near Charing Cross and walked with him to the Leaky Cauldron, which she could see even if she couldn't enter, and she passed him an envelope. "From his vault," she said. "I had someone retrieve it. Don't ask details." He looked inside. A substantial number of gold galleons. "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me. I'm not sure I've done the right thing." She paused. "I'm not sure you've done the right thing." "I'm sure he'd have given it to me eventually," Harry said. "I'm just getting it earlier." "That's not what I meant." He looked at her. "You're 11, she said. Not accusatory. Just, present." "I know," he said. She held his gaze for a moment. "Be careful," she said. "Not of Voldemort. Of yourself. What you know, it's a lot for a person to carry." He thought about November evenings and running in the dark and crying where no one could see it. "I know that too," he said. She nodded once, sharply. Got back in her cat-smelling car and drove away. Harry turned around and walked through the Leaky Cauldron's door, into magic, for the first time as himself. Diagon Alley hit him like a physical thing. He'd seen it in memories. Dumbledore had been here 100 times, had meetings here, had visited Gringotts and Ollivanders and Flourish and Blots, but the memories were silver and soundless and two-dimensional, and the reality was none of those things. It was color and noise and the smell of cauldrons and something sharp and herbal drifting from an apothecary and the distant sound of an owl complaint from Elops and people, magical people, everywhere, living their ordinary magical lives. He stood at the entrance and took it in for exactly 10 seconds. Then he went to Gringotts. The goblins were not surprised by him. He had the impression that goblins were professionally incapable of surprise, or at least performed incapability as a power stance. He gave his name, produced the key Mrs. Figg had given him, and was escorted into a cart by a goblin named Griphook who had never previously met a small boy who sat quietly in the cart and watched the track mechanics with evident, genuine interest instead of theatrical nerves. He took what he needed from the vault and looked at the rest of it, substantial, more than he'd expected. His parents had not been poor, and thought about what Dumbledore's memories had told him about Gringotts and its political relationship with the Ministry and its position as a genuinely independent financial institution within a world that kept trying to make everything dependent. He had thoughts about Gringotts. Not for today. He went to get his books first. Flourish and Blots was organized in the confident chaos of a shop that trusted its customers to find what they needed, and Harry moved through it with the specific efficiency of someone who had a list. He bought all his required texts and then stood in front of the advanced section for a long moment, working through a rapid internal calculation of what he could justify purchasing without drawing attention. He bought his required texts. He also bought Intermediate Transfiguration Theory and a slim volume on runic encoding in modern spellcasting and a potions reference that wasn't on any school list and had a cover that suggested it had been written by someone who thought most common potion-making methodology was embarrassingly conservative, which Harry found appealing. He went to the apothecary and found it intelligently stocked and smelling like something between a garden and a laboratory, which he liked. He looked at lacewing flies and boomslang skin and bicorn horn and thought about the things he was going to need in second year and bought nothing he shouldn't have. He was very good at this, the discipline of the long game. He bought a second-hand cauldron, pewter, standard size too, because the standard size was what the list specified, and being conspicuous about equipment was a way of drawing exactly the kind of attention he wasn't interested in drawing. He went to get his owl. He hadn't planned to get an owl. He'd planned to use the school owls for correspondence. But he was walking past Elop's Owl Emporium and he looked in the window and there was a snowy white owl sitting in the back on the highest perch, looking at him with an expression that he could only describe as recognition, and he was inside before he'd made the decision. He stood in front of the perch. The owl looked at him. She was white as January, with amber eyes that missed nothing. "Hello," he said. She held out a foot. He bought her on the spot. He didn't name her in the shop, that seemed like something that should happen privately, but on the walk back down Diagon Alley with her on his arm, she turned her head and looked at him sideways with those amber eyes, and he thought, Hedwig. He didn't know where it came from. It simply arrived, the way right things did. "Hedwig," he said quietly. She ruffled her feathers with the satisfaction of someone who'd been waiting for a specific thing to be said correctly. He saved Ollivanders for last. He'd thought about this more than almost anything else on the list. He knew, from the memories, that the wand Mr. Ollivander would hand him was the brother wand of Voldemort's, twin cores, phoenixes, fox's feathers, and that this connection would matter in specific technical ways later. He knew that the wand-choosing process was real, that wands were not random, that they responded to something in the wizard's essential nature. He didn't know what his wand would be like. The memories hadn't told him this because Dumbledore hadn't known either. He'd speculated, in the journal entries Harry had absorbed, about what kind of wand Harry's core would call for: power, clearly. Adaptability. The capacity for deep love, which manifests in magic as something that is very difficult to translate into theory but very easy to recognize in practice. Harry walked in. Ollivander was exactly as the memories had described, white-haired, pale-eyed, with the particular quality of intensity that characterized people who had spent their whole lives paying close attention to one specific thing and had consequently become very strange and very interesting. He looked at Harry for a long moment before speaking. "Harry Potter," he said. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you." He stepped around the counter. "Your mother's wand, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charms work. Your father's, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Good for transfiguration." He tilted his head. "Both dead, of course. But the wands survive. Curious things, wands." "Yes," Harry said. Ollivander's pale eyes moved over him. The measuring tape, animated, began doing its business around Harry's arm and hand. Harry let it. He was watching Ollivander watch him, and Ollivander, he thought, was someone worth watching carefully. "Any preferences?" Ollivander asked. "I'll trust the process," Harry said. He tried 7 wands. Most of them produced nothing. 2 produced small results, a shower of red sparks from one, a single musical note from another, but nothing that felt right. Harry held each one with genuine attention, curious, waiting. Then Ollivander, with an expression that was deeply unreadable, brought a box from the back. "Holly and phoenix feather," he said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took it. The warmth was immediate, not dramatic, not accompanied by a shower of anything. Just warmth, spreading from the handle into his palm and up his arm. A rightness, like finding a word you'd been reaching for. He lifted the wand and the air in the shop moved, warmly, and every mote of dust in the slanting afternoon light shifted and resettled. Hedwig, perched on the box she'd been set on, made a single low sound of approval. Ollivander was looking at the wand. Looking at Harry. His pale eyes had gone through several expressions quickly. "Curious," he said. "Very curious." "Sir." Harry said. The phoenix whose tail feather sits in that wand gave another feather, Ollivander said carefully. Just one other. It is very curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry looked at the old wand maker with the patient, genuinely interested expression of someone hearing this for the first time. Voldemort's wand, he said. Ollivander made a small sound at the name, not the flinch others would have, more the wince of a craftsman at poor handling of equipment. Yes. We must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. I'll try my best, Harry said pleasantly. He paid for the wand. He walked out of Ollivander's into the late afternoon of Diagon Alley. The sun was lower now, hitting the cobblestones at a long angle, turning everything warm and golden. He held his wand in his right hand, just for a moment, and felt the difference. He'd spent 4 years learning to work without this. He understood, now, what a wand actually did, the amplification, the precision it lent to everything, the way it took intentions that with wandless magic required great concentration and made them immediate, fluid, almost automatic. It was like the difference between speaking and shouting. Both communication. Different reach. He put the wand in his pocket and shifted Hedwig to his arm and started walking back toward the leaky cauldron. He had everything on the list. He had 6 weeks before the Hogwarts Express. He thought about Hermione Granger, already reading her textbooks in a house in London, approaching magic with the systematic rigor of someone who'd spent her whole life trying to deserve things by working harder than everyone else. He thought about Ron Weasley, somewhere in Devon, probably being sat on by one of his older brothers and learning that humor was the best available armor. He thought about Neville Longbottom, holding a wand awkwardly in the memory of a shop that smelled like sawdust, not quite understanding yet that the problem was the wand and not him. He thought about Dumbledore, sitting in his office at Hogwarts, planning a chess game in which Harry was a piece. He thought, I'm coming, then. He walked through the leaky cauldron and back out into London, back into the Muggle world that didn't know what was in his pocket or what was in his head. A black cab splashed a puddle at the curb. Pigeons moved in a grey-blue mass over the buildings. He pulled his jacket tighter, shifted Hedwig on his arm, and thought about September 1st, 6 weeks. He had a great deal left to do, and for the first time in his life, the tools to do it. Chapter 3, The boy who already knew Platform 9 3/4 was exactly as it had been in the memories, and nothing like them at all. The memories were silver and still. This was red and loud and smelled like coal smoke and the particular electricity of 100 first-years all terrified in different ways. Steam rolled off the Hogwarts Express in great white plumes and the crowd on the platform was dense enough that Harry had to angle Hedwig's cage to get through without clipping anyone. He'd navigated the barrier alone, which had been straightforward, a calm walk into what looked like solid brick and then wasn't. The disorientation was meant to stop you, he understood. It required a specific willingness to keep moving when all your senses said wall. He'd simply kept moving. He found a compartment near the back of the train and stowed his trunk and settled Hedwig near the window. She looked at the crowd on the platform with the regal disdain of someone surveying a country they had decided not to conquer. He had his wand in his pocket and a book open on his knee, Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, which he'd read cover to cover twice and was now reading a third time not because he needed to but because performing ignorance was a skill like any other and required practice, when the compartment door slid open. A boy with red hair, freckles distributed generously across his nose, and the particular look of someone who has spent most of his life slightly outnumbered, leaned in and said, "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." It wasn't full. Harry had checked. "No," Harry said. "Come in." Ron Weasley dropped into the seat across from him with the comfortable gracelessness of someone used to shared spaces. He had a smear of something on his nose. Harry thought it was probably food, given the way the Weasley family holidays were described in Dumbledore's memories, and a battered copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi that had clearly been inherited from several siblings and felt no obligation to hold its cover on. He looked at Harry with the frank assessment of someone taking inventory. "Ron Weasley," he said. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went briefly to Harry's forehead, then back down, which Harry noted as a point in his favor. Most people stared. Ron looked once and then decided to behave normally, which was the correct choice. Right, Ron said. Have you got anything to eat? Only Mum forgot. Well, she didn't forget, she just didn't have enough. We're 6, there were sandwiches but Fred sat on them. He paused. On purpose. Harry reached into his bag and produced the Honeydukes chocolate he'd bought in Diagon Alley, which he'd bought specifically for this conversation, because he'd known Ron would be hungry and known that sharing food was the correct opening move with the Weasleys, who communicated love primarily in terms of feeding people. Ron looked at the chocolate with an expression of genuine gratitude. Brilliant, he said, and broke off a large piece, and then, because he was Ron, and this was how he was, broke another piece and held it out. Harry took it. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The train began to move, and the platform dissolved into it, and then the city dissolved into suburbs and then into green hills that rolled past the window like something out of a book that had finally started. So have you grown up knowing about all this? Ron said eventually, nodding vaguely at the world outside the window. My aunt and uncle don't talk about it, Harry said. I found out when my letter came. This was close enough to true to sustain eye contact without difficulty. Ron seemed to find this both satisfying and slightly sad, satisfying because it leveled the playing field, sad because he had basic human decency. Wicked family, you've got. Your parents. Dead, Harry said. When I was a baby. Oh, Ron said. Quietly, without theater. Sorry. Harry nodded. He liked Ron already in the straightforward way you like someone who said sorry like he meant it and didn't feel the need to elaborate. The trolley came by. Harry bought approximately a third of it. Ron ate with the focused appreciation of someone for whom food was never background noise. The compartment door slid open again, halfway through a cauldron cake, and a girl with very bushy hair and rather large front teeth looked in with the contained urgency of someone on a mission. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said. No, Harry said. She looked at them with the assessing gaze of someone running a rapid background check. Are you 2 first years? I'm Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. This time there was no looking at his forehead. She simply took in the name the way you'd take in any data point, noted, filed, context updated, and said, I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Anything accurate? Harry asked. She blinked. Some of it. The factual record is patchy in places. Primary sources would be more reliable. She tilted her head. You've read them? 2 of the 3, Harry said. I thought the analysis in Rise and Fall was thin. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and sat down across from Harry with the decisive movement of someone who has just revised their operational plan. She'd clearly come in on a toad-finding errand and had just decided to stay. It was thin, she said. Particularly the chapter on the First Wizarding War. The historiography completely ignores the Ministry's institutional failures in favor of a great man narrative. Agree, Harry said. Ron looked between them with the good-natured wariness of someone watching tennis. He ate another chocolate frog. The 3 of them talked for the rest of the journey. Or rather, Hermione and Harry talked and Ron contributed commentary and observations that were frequently much sharper than his delivery suggested, a pattern Harry recognized immediately and filed as something people would consistently underestimate about him. Hermione had read everything. This was both true and, Harry thought, somewhat limiting. She'd read the official sources, the curated sources, the sources that were sanctioned by the institutions she'd decided to trust. Her knowledge was vast and accurate within its frame. The frame itself she hadn't questioned yet because no one had given her a reason to. He wasn't going to give her that reason on a train. Not today. But he watched her work through a problem he raised, He asked, apparently casually, about the Ministry's role in the First Wizarding War, and watched her hit the boundaries of her sources like someone reaching the edge of a map. "There's not much written about that," she said, with a slight frown that suggested the not much written was itself interesting to her. "The official histories don't really address the Ministry's response in detail." "No," Harry agreed pleasantly. "They don't." She looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Do you know something I don't?" He smiled. "Probably not." She did not look convinced. He liked that about her. Hogwarts arrived in the dark, which was the right time for it. The boats crossed the lake with the castle above them, lit and enormous, its towers against the stars, and Harry sat in the boat with Ron and Hermione and Neville, who'd found them in the corridor and had the apologetic air of someone who'd been lost twice that evening and expected to be judged for it, and felt something he hadn't anticipated. He'd seen Hogwarts in 100 memories. He knew its stones and staircases and the way the great hall candlelight fell. He knew it completely, theoretically, architecturally. He had not expected it to be beautiful. Not in the silver grey of memory. In actual, living dark, with the lake flat and black and the torches burning along the walls and the sound of the boats moving through water, Hogwarts was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He sat in the boat and looked at it and let himself feel 11 for exactly the time it took to cross the lake. Beside him, Ron was quiet too, which suggested he was feeling something similar and had the good sense not to say so. Hermione had tears in her eyes and was blinking them back with determined practicality, which Harry found unexpectedly endearing. Neville was looking at the castle with the expression of someone not yet sure if they deserved to be there. Harry looked at Neville and thought, "You do. More than most." Professor McGonagall's speech in the entrance hall was exactly as the memories had described it, delivered in the brisk, precise manner of someone who had given it 40 times and still meant every word. Harry stood in the cluster of first years and listened respectfully and looked around the hall. He found Dumbledore's eyes almost immediately. The headmaster was seated at the staff table, half turned toward the doors, watching the new students filter in with the benevolent attention he gave to all the opening ceremonies. He had half-moon glasses and a long silver beard and the particular quality of presence that came from being, genuinely, one of the most powerful people in the room. Harry looked at him. Dumbledore looked at him. It lasted perhaps 2 seconds. The old man's gaze moved on, cataloguing, assessing, landing on Harry for exactly the time it took to note there he is and proceed. His expression was warmly welcoming and revealed nothing of what was underneath. Harry thought, "He's very good." He thought, "I'm going to have to be better." He put his eyes on the middle distance and looked like a first year. "Potter, Harry." The great hall had the quality of a held breath when Harry sat on the stool. He was aware of the watching, the particular focused attention of several hundred people all looking at one point, which was him. He sat straight and let the sorting hat descend over his head and into his eyes. The hat spoke immediately. "Well," it said. "This is unusual." "Is it?" Harry thought back. "Most students present me with noise, ambition, fear, loyalty, competitiveness all at once. You present me with a pause, as if it were rifling through something. Stillness. And underneath the stillness, another pause. Rather a lot of everything else, actually." Where do you sort people who have a lot of everything else? That is indeed the question. The hat seemed genuinely engaged. "You've got Gryffindor courage, not the performed kind, the structural kind. Ravenclaw intellect, quite serious. Hufflepuff loyalty, oh, interesting, you feel that very deeply, don't you, for people you haven't met yet. And Slytherin," it paused longer here. "The ambition isn't quite right for Slytherin. It's not about elevation. It's about completion." "Interesting. So where do you want to go?" Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it for 4 years, since he'd seen in Dumbledore's memories how much stock the magical world put in house identity and how thoroughly the Slytherin-Gryffindor division had calcified into something that served no one. He thought, where I'll do the most good. Vague, said the hat. Try again. Gryffindor, Harry thought, more definitely. Because the people I need to stand with are going there, and standing with people matters more than strategic positioning. The hat considered. That, it said, is either very wise or very Gryffindor. Quite possibly both. Gryffindor, it shouted. The table exploded. Ron, who'd been sorted 3 names earlier with the confidence of someone following established family tradition, whooped. Harry walked to the table and sat next to him and across from a girl named Lavender who was already vibrating with excitement about something, and thought that the sound of a Gryffindor table cheering was the loudest thing he'd heard since arriving in the wizarding world. He looked at the staff table. Dumbledore was applauding with the rest. His blue eyes caught Harry's for just a moment. Harry smiled, a small, natural first-year smile, and looked away. At the end of the table, a pale, dark-haired man in black robes was not applauding. He was watching Harry with an expression that Harry recognized immediately from the memories, Snape's professional wariness, sharpened to something more acute. He'd been watching Harry since the boats arrived, probably. He'd been watching Harry since his name appeared on the register for the new school year, and Snape had thought, as he always thought, about Lily Potter's eyes. Snape looked at him the way you looked at a problem that hadn't declared its nature yet. Harry looked back with polite blankness, then turned to ask Ron to pass the potatoes. His first week at Hogwarts was an education in the gap between knowing things and knowing them. He knew, theoretically, the layout of the castle. In practice, the staircases moved, not in a pattern he'd failed to find in the memories. He'd found the pattern, but the implementation of the pattern when you were standing on a staircase that had just decided to become a different staircase was a different matter. He got lost twice on the way to Charms and once on the way back from astronomy, which was not bad but not what he'd aimed for. He knew, theoretically, how classes would go. In practice, the social experience of being in a room with 20 peers all learning something simultaneously was something you could not prepare for in a cupboard. Not distressing, exactly. Just densely actual in a way that required adjustment. He knew Hermione Granger. In practice, Hermione Granger was more than anything the memories had captured, funnier than she appeared, quicker and more self-aware, and lonely in a specific way that Harry recognized because it was adjacent to his own. She was the best student in every classroom and she knew it and she couldn't turn it off, and this had not, so far in her life, made her many friends. She sat next to him in Charms on the 3rd day and whispered, "Do you already know this?" while Flitwick was explaining the levitation charm. Harry looked at the textbook. Wingardium Leviosa. I've read about it. I practiced it 3 times over the summer, she said. How'd it go? Successfully, she said, with the measured pride of someone who doesn't permit themselves the full force of it. Good, Harry said. He meant it. When Flitwick had them attempt the charm, Harry made a decision. He waited until Ron, who'd partnered with Hermione out of what Harry suspected was the gravitational pull of proximity, had managed to produce results, and he watched Neville across the room attempt the charm with a wand that was clearly fighting him, and he let his own feather rise slowly, deliberately unhurriedly, at a rate that suggested effort. The feather rose. Not like it was being commanded. Like it was considering it. Well done, Mr. Potter. Flitwick said, barely looking up from where he was helping a girl named Parvati. Good first effort. Ron grinned at him across the table. Harry shrugged modestly. Hermione had made her feather do a small figure 8, which was not in the lesson. Harry noted this with quiet approval. After class, in the corridor, he drifted level with Neville and said, without making it about charity, the swish, it's more in the wrist than the arm. Neville looked up. I can't get mine to do anything. The wand's fighting you, Harry said. They do that sometimes. It'll sort itself out. He paused. Try the motion again, think less about the spell and more about what you want to happen. Neville tried it. His wand produced a small shower of sparks and he looked at it in complete surprise. There, Harry said, and kept walking. He could feel Neville's astonishment at his back like something warm. The issue of Snape presented itself in the first potions class on Friday morning. The dungeons were cold and the classroom smelled of everything at once, brimstone and something sweet and something chemical underneath that was unidentifiable without formal analysis. Harry found it extremely interesting. He sat next to Ron at the middle bench and got his kit out and waited. Snape entered without preamble. He was exactly as the memories had rendered him, tall, dark, with the precise movements of someone who had learned to take up exactly as much space as necessary and no more. He called the register in a voice calibrated for impact, and when he reached Harry's name, he paused. The pause had weight. "Ah," Snape said. "Yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Harry looked at him. Not up at him, just at him, level and without particular reaction. "Can you tell me, Potter, the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant," Harry said. "Also called aconite. It's toxic in large quantities, used in confusing concoctions and shrinking solutions, among others. The specific effects depend on preparation method. Wolfsbane potion requires the plant to be harvested in a lunar phase that reduces the psychoactive compounds, otherwise the sedative effect overwrites the lycanthropy suppressant." Snape looked at him for a moment of absolute stillness. The class had gone very quiet. "Where did you read that?" Snape said. "The library," Harry said. "The entry in Arsenius Jigger's Magical Drafts and Potions is more thorough than the textbook on preparation method." He paused. "I found the wolfsbane detail in Advanced Potion Making, the chapter on transformative brews." Snape studied him for another moment with the expression of someone who has just found an irregularity in an audit. "The chapter on transformative brews is year 6 material." "Yes," Harry agreed. Another pause. 10 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, and moved on, and Harry had the impression this was not what Snape had planned for this class at all. After class, Ron said, in an undertone, "That was brilliant." "He was expecting me not to know," Harry said mildly. "Yeah, well, most people wouldn't. Most people haven't had 4 years with nothing to do but read," Harry said, which was the truest explanation he could offer. He caught Snape's eyes once, at the door. The potions master's expression had settled into something more complicated than the performance of contempt he'd prepared. Harry held his gaze for a second, politely, steadily, and then walked out into the corridor. Snape, he thought, was going to be interesting. October came in cold and brought Quidditch tryouts, which Harry hadn't planned for. He'd thought about Quidditch. He knew he'd make the team. The memories had shown Dumbledore's surprise and delight when McGonagall had come to tell him about the flying lesson, but he'd thought about whether to pursue it. On one hand, visible. On the other hand, he genuinely wanted to fly. He'd known it since seeing memories of James Potter on a broom, since reading about the sensation in half a dozen accounts, since standing in Diagon Alley and feeling the pull of the Quidditch supply shop and making himself walk past it. The flying lesson answered the question. The moment his broom lifted and his feet left the ground, he knew. He was in the air and the castle was below him and the wind was hitting his face and it was nothing like anything else, nothing like the roof of the Dursleys' house or the top of the park equipment or the highest window he'd ever climbed to look out of. It was flight, with nothing between him and the sky. He controlled it completely and immediately, which he suspected had something to do with the same spatial awareness he'd developed in the cupboard, the same constant calculation of environment and body and the relationship between them. He didn't have to think about the broom. He just had to think about where he wanted to be. He wanted to be up. Madame Hooch had not yet told them to go up. He went up anyway, just a few feet, just to feel it, and she shouted at him and he came down and felt completely unrepentant. Neville went up and came down badly, which Harry had seen coming. Neville's wand was fighting him, his confidence was shot, and broomsticks responded to certainty. Harry was on the ground and near enough to cushion the fall with wandless magic, just a small application of deceleration, invisible, enough to reduce the impact without eliminating it, and Neville hit the ground hard but not as hard as he could have. He was still injured. That was unfortunate. Then Draco Malfoy took Neville's Remembrall and threw it toward the roof, and Harry was already moving before the decision was made. He was on his broom and in the air, and the Remembrall was there, the small glass ball catching the October light, and he caught it 6 feet from the ground and came up standing on his broom, just for a second, which he immediately regretted as excessive, but it happened before he'd evaluated it. McGonagall appeared at his shoulder approximately 45 seconds later with the specific expression of someone trying to arrange their face into severity while something else entirely was happening underneath it. "Come with me," she said. He came. She took him through corridors he knew and into an anteroom off the Transfiguration classroom, and he stood there while she went through a door, and he heard voices, Oliver Wood's voice, rising with excitement, and then she came back with the Quidditch captain, who was looking at Harry as if Christmas had arrived early. "Natural talent," McGonagall told him. "Finest natural flying in a first year I've seen in. You'll keep this to yourselves, of course. I'll inform the headmaster." She went to get the Nimbus 2000. Harry stood with Oliver Wood, who was already talking about seeker positions and quaffle tactics and the cup, and thought, well, so much for low visibility. He wasn't bothered about it. He was going to be visible at Hogwarts regardless. He had a famous scar and a famous name and a potions answer that had surprised Snape, and Hermione already looked at him sometimes with the narrowed eyes of someone who was filing discrepancies. He might as well be visible in a way that was his. The Nimbus 2000 was the finest broom he'd touched, which was admittedly only his second broom, but he understood the engineering of it from the memories, and he could feel the quality of it the moment his hand closed around the handle. Fast and responsive and precise. He took it up to 200 feet over the pitch when no one was watching, just once, just to see how fast. He was extremely fast. He came down grinning, which he didn't usually permit himself, and stood alone on the pitch for a moment in the cold afternoon air and let himself have it. Then he put the grin away and walked back to the castle. Hermione. He'd been waiting for the right moment, and Halloween gave it to him in the worst possible packaging, a mountain troll, 12 feet tall and smelling catastrophically, in the girls' bathroom on the first floor. He'd known it was coming. He'd been paying attention to Quirrell all term, Quirrell, who had Voldemort living on the back of his head like a particularly grim passenger, who had introduced the troll to the castle as a distraction. He'd watched Quirrell's hands shake and his turban occasionally shift and his eyes go somewhere distant in the middle of lessons. He knew what the man was going to try tonight, and he'd been forming a plan about the Philosopher's Stone that involved absolutely not letting it reach Voldemort. But first, the troll. The troll was in the bathroom because Hermione was in the bathroom, and Hermione was in the bathroom because Ron had said something unkind in Charms, thoughtless, not cruel, the difference being that Ron immediately felt terrible about it, and she'd been crying, and had missed the feast. Harry knew this because he'd noticed her leave, and he'd been watching Ron notice her leave and notice Ron's face move through the stages of realizing what he'd done, and he'd been about to say something when Quirrell burst in about the troll and the Great Hall became controlled chaos. In the chaos, he said to Ron, very quietly, "Hermione." Ron went pale and they both moved against the flow. The bathroom was loud, the troll was in the confined space of the stalls, which was actually fortunate because it was confused by the echo, which bought them approximately 30 seconds of it not swinging at anything. Hermione was pressed against the far wall. Harry didn't wait. He stepped into the bathroom and pulled the troll's club with wandless magic, hard, like yanking a rope, and it flew out of the thing's grip and clattered against the ceiling and came down on the troll's head with a crack that echoed off the tiles. The troll sat down heavily. Then it lay down. Then it made a sound like a building settling and didn't move. The whole thing took about 8 seconds. Hermione was staring at him. Ron was in the doorway with his wand out and his mouth open. The teachers arrived 30 seconds later. McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and Harry had already retrieved his wand from his pocket and was holding it in the time-honored position of someone who had definitely used a wand and not done anything else. McGonagall's assessment of the troll. The explanation, Hermione's interjection, bless her, taking the blame entirely in a way that clearly cost her and was clearly the most dishonest thing she'd done in her life. Snape's narrow gaze at Harry, who was standing beside a troll with no visible injury and a wand that smelled of no recent spell discharge. Harry looked at Snape with wide, slightly shocked first-year eyes. Snape said nothing. His gaze moved to the troll and then to the ceiling where the club had ricocheted and then back to Harry, and something precise and narrow moved in his expression. They were let go. In the corridor, Ron said, "What was that?" very quietly. "Panic," Harry said. "I just grabbed the club." "With what?" "My hands. The grip thing at the bottom." Ron looked at him for a moment. "You're very calm for someone who just panicked." "I'm calm after," Harry said. "During is different." Hermione, at his other side, said nothing for a while. Then, "Thank you." "Wasn't just me," Harry said. Ron was there. Ron was in the doorway, Ron said honestly. "Ready to come in," Harry said. Ron looked at this characterization and appeared to decide, generously, to accept it. Hermione walked beside Harry and said, still quietly, "The club hit the ceiling." "Yes," Harry said. "Before it hit the troll." "Physics," Harry said. "Weird bounce." She looked at him. She had the expression she'd had on the train, the one that meant discrepancies were being filed. He smiled at her pleasantly and said, "We'd better get back to the common room." She went. But he knew, with the certainty of someone who had just met the person who would eventually know all his secrets, that the conversation wasn't over. It was simply being postponed until she'd had enough discrepancies to bring to him all at once. He thought he'd probably need 6 months, maybe less. December came with snow and Snape's continuing project of knowing something was wrong. He'd been watching Harry all term with the calibrated attention of a man who'd spent 20 years surviving by reading people correctly and had encountered something he couldn't read. Not the attention of hostility, or not only that. The attention of a genuinely good intelligence confronting a genuine problem. He set Harry extra work. Harry completed it and added 3 supplementary analyses. He asked Harry questions designed to trip the overconfident. Harry answered them correctly and asked follow-up questions that were several years beyond first year. He gave Harry detention for being 3 minutes late to class, a delay caused by genuinely trying to find an alternate route after a staircase revolt, and Harry served it without complaint and spent the hour rearranging Snape's filing system into something more logical, which he could see, from Snape's expression the next day, had irritated Snape considerably while also being undeniably useful. After the last lesson before Christmas break, Snape kept him behind. The classroom emptied. Snape sat on the edge of his desk and looked at Harry with the direct, stripped-down assessment he used when he was done with performance. "Where did you learn to brew?" he said. "Books," Harry said. "You corrected the method for your forgetfulness potion in week 3, Snape said. The textbook method produces adequate results. Your correction produces optimal ones. It's the method from the 5th year extension text. I found a copy in the library." The library does not have a copy of the 5th year extension text in the standard collection. "Restricted section, then," Harry said. "I may have been in there." Snape looked at him. "You require a teacher's signature for the restricted section. McGonagall signed one for me. Theoretically I was researching Transfiguration, but libraries are hard to navigate precisely." Another silence. Snape's eyes moved over him with the expression Harry associated with the memories of the Sorting Hat, something trying to take a reading it wasn't designed for. "What are you?" Snape said. Harry looked at the question. "A first year," he said. "With too much time and not much else, growing up." Snape's jaw moved. "Your mother," he said, and stopped. Harry waited. "She was also exceptional," Snape said. The words came out without the varnish he usually applied. "Raw material. From the beginning. Self-taught, largely, until Hogwarts." "I know," Harry said, and then caught himself, just barely, walking the slip back. "I mean, I've heard she was." Snape was completely still. Harry held the eye contact. Not challenging. Just steady. "Merry Christmas, Professor," he said. He picked up his bag and walked out. In the corridor, he allowed himself to feel the nearness of that edge. Snape was, of all the people at Hogwarts, the one most likely to see through him, not because Snape had Dumbledore's knowledge or Dumbledore's decades of magical experience, but because Snape was the most rigorous reader of the people immediately in front of him that Harry had ever encountered, including in memory. The man had survived Voldemort's inner circle by reading people correctly. He was not going to be fooled for long. Harry was going to need to give Snape something. A partial truth, eventually, enough to redirect him. He just needed to determine the right partial truth. He walked toward the great hall for the Christmas feast and thought about Snape's voice saying "your mother" with all the varnish stripped away, and felt something complicated and private that he didn't examine further in a school corridor. The Mirror of Erised was down the third-floor corridor, past Fluffy, the three-headed dog on the trapdoor that Harry had identified in the first week, and Harry had known it was there, had known what it showed, had known the inscription and the principle since age 7. He stood in front of it on a December night in the empty classroom where Dumbledore had moved it, by himself, invisibility cloak over his shoulders, the cloak that had arrived in his Christmas package with a note in handwriting he recognized, because Dumbledore's handwriting was burned into his memory from the journal entries. Use it well. He'd put on the cloak and walked directly here, which was what Dumbledore wanted him to do. The mirror was the test, it would become the protection for the stone later, and Dumbledore wanted to see what Harry did with it. He was, Harry knew, watching. Harry stood in front of the mirror. He looked. In the mirror's surface he saw himself, older, 17 or 18, standing in a room with people. Ron to his left, laughing. Hermione to his right, her nose in a book. Others. Neville, taller than he expected. His parents behind him, not as ghosts but as presences, as warmth. And everyone looked okay. Not triumphant, not victorious. Just okay. Just alive. He stood in front of the mirror for a long time. Then he turned around and walked back to Gryffindor Tower, removed the cloak, and climbed into bed. He lay in the dark and thought about what the mirror had shown him and felt the full weight of it, the particular grief of wanting something you could see very clearly, and he let himself feel it without cutting it short, because cutting it short was the kind of thing that calcified into something worse later. Then he thought about the Philosopher's Stone, and Quirrell, and the sequence of events coming in spring, and began to plan. He wasn't going to let Voldemort have the stone. He also wasn't going to let Dumbledore manage the situation from the top while Harry moved around the board unaware. This was his school now. He intended to handle it. Chapter 4, The Chamber and the Crown. Second year began with a house elf. Harry was in his bedroom at Privet Drive. He'd negotiated the bedroom from Vernon in a conversation that had taken approximately 4 minutes and involved no magic, just the observation that Dudley had 2 bedrooms and Harry had none, and that this was the sort of arrangement that might interest certain welfare authorities if it ever became known. Vernon had gone very red and then very pale and then had opened the smallest spare bedroom and said nothing further. Harry had moved his trunk in, put Hedwig by the window, and felt quite good about it. He was reading a book on magical law he'd acquired through Mrs. Figg, dense with precedent and procedure and the particular fingerprints of an institution that had never been asked to justify itself, when the house elf appeared on the bed. Dobby. He knew exactly who it was. The elf looked at him with enormous eyes swimming with earnest desperation, and said, in the voice of someone who had rehearsed this, "Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts." Harry put his book down and looked at Dobby with genuine attention. "Why?" he said. Dobby blinked. He had, Harry thought, prepared for several responses and this wasn't one of them. "There is a plot, Harry Potter, sir. A terrible plot. Harry Potter must not return to school. Harry Potter will be in great danger." "There's always a plot," Harry said. "What specifically?" Dobby's eyes got wider. Dobby cannot say. Dobby has said too much already, he made the motion toward self-punishment and Harry said, sharply, don't. Please. Dobby froze, hand raised, looking at Harry with an expression of complete bewilderment. You don't have to hurt yourself, Harry said, more quietly. I'm not going to be angry. I just want to know what's happening so I can deal with it. Harry Potter is not frightened, Dobby said. No, Harry said. Who sent you? It's Lucius Malfoy, isn't it? The elf went rigid with the instinct of someone whose master's name had been spoken. Then, slowly, visibly, something in Dobby's expression went through a change Harry found worth watching, a crack in the programming, a sliver of something that wanted to answer honestly. Dobby cannot, you don't have to confirm it, Harry said. I know what's going to happen at Hogwarts this year. Not everything, but enough. What I need to know is whether you're going to warn me if things get worse than I expect. Dobby stared at him. Harry Potter knows some of it. Harry considered how much to offer. There's a chamber. A monster. Students will be attacked but not killed. He watched Dobby's face. That's right, isn't it? Dobby made a small, pained sound and nodded once, convulsively. Then here's what I need you to do, Harry said. Don't intercept my mail. Don't drop a cake on anyone. If the diary surfaces, a small black diary, if you see it, tell me. Can you do that? Dobby is not supposed to. I'm not asking you to betray your master, Harry said. I'm asking you to help me protect people. He looked at the elf steadily. That's what you want to do, isn't it? That's why you came. Dobby looked at him with those enormous eyes, in which approximately 47 conflicting impulses were visibly at war. Then he squared his small shoulders. Dobby will try, he said. Harry nodded. Thank you. After Dobby vanished, he sat on the bed for a moment. Then he reached under the mattress for the Horcrux list and added a note next to the diary, Ginny Weasley. Lucius. Timing, 2nd year. Watch for it. He'd been watching for it since September 1st year. He knew the diary would surface through Ginny, had to, the mechanism required a child's trust and Ginny's particular combination of hero worship and loneliness made her vulnerable to it. He'd spent first year being friendly with the entire Weasley contingent, which was easy because the Weasleys were impossible not to like, and specifically making sure Ginny, who idolized him in a way that would have been uncomfortable if it hadn't been so clearly about what he represented rather than who he was, knew he was real. Not a legend. Just Harry. He'd had a conversation with her at Christmas in the Weasley kitchen, while Mrs. Weasley made an absolutely extraordinary amount of food and Fred and George played Exploding Snap at a volume suggesting they'd forgotten the concept of indoor spaces. Ginny had been hovering at the doorway, and Harry had said, simply, if something ever feels wrong, will you tell someone? She'd gone pink. What do you mean? Just, this year, next year, whenever. If something feels off. Tell someone. He'd paused. Tell Ron. Or tell me directly. She'd nodded, confused, and he hadn't pushed it further. He hoped it was enough. He was going to have to trust it was enough, because the alternative was engineering events too precisely and that path led somewhere he wasn't willing to go. September arrived and the Weasley car did not. Harry made his own way through the barrier at King's Cross at 11 o'clock exactly, having left the Dursleys that morning in a taxi he'd paid for himself. He'd discovered, over the summer, that having his own money and knowing the Muggle transit system was an infrastructure advantage almost no one in the magical world had thought to account for. He found Hermione's parents on the platform, depositing Hermione in her enormous trunk and a cat Harry hadn't met. The cat was orange and slightly belligerent and looked at Harry with the same sideways intelligence as Hedwig, though with considerably more territorial energy. Crookshanks, Hermione said. He picked me out at the magical menagerie. Wouldn't look at any other owner. Harry looked at Crookshanks. Crookshanks looked back with a calm, comprehensive expression that Harry respected. Good cat, Harry said. Crookshanks made a sound of moderate agreement. Hermione was watching him with the expression she'd been refining all year, the discrepancy filing one. She'd been refining it all summer in letters, thoughtful, precise letters that had been mostly about books and theories but had contained, occasionally, a single pointed question slipped in at the end. Have you always been good at everything, or just since Hogwarts? And once, more directly, did you really use your hands to grab that club? He'd answered both with sufficient deflection that she hadn't pushed. She was storing it. He could feel the storage. They found a compartment. He told her, shortly after they were moving, about Dobby. He told her more than he'd told Ron. Ron was in another compartment with his family, the Weasley car situation having apparently not yet resolved, because Hermione processed information differently and needed more to do anything useful with it. He told her about the elf, about the warning, about the chamber. She listened without interrupting, which she was genuinely capable of, though it cost her. Then she said, "You know what the chamber is." "I've read about it," Harry said. "There's nothing in Hogwarts, a history about a chamber of secrets. There are things not in Hogwarts, a history." "Obviously," she said, with a slight edge that meant this offended her on principle. "But you know more than reading would give you. You knew about the diary before I mentioned it." He met her eyes. The train moved through countryside, October grey outside the windows. "I know some things," he said. "More than a first year probably should." "Probably. I had a lot of time before Hogwarts," he said. "Not much else." "You said that last year." She was quiet a moment. "Harry. The club." "Yes. It went up before it came down." "Yes. Clubs don't do that." "No," he agreed. She waited. He looked at her, this girl who would, he knew with complete certainty, become the most brilliant witch of her generation, who was currently sitting in a train compartment at 12 years old with every available brain engaged on the problem of him, and made a decision. Not everything. Not yet. But enough to be honest. "I'm going to tell you something," he said, "and I need you to listen to all of it before you say anything. Can you do that?" "Yes," she said immediately. "I mean the parts that are alarming," he said. "All the parts." "Yes," she said again, with complete steadiness. He took a breath. He told her about the Pensieve. Not all of it, not the soul fragment, not the full death plan, not Snape's history, but the skeleton. The cupboard. The stone basin. The memories, a century of them, pressing into him over 3 days when he was 7 years old. He told her what he'd learned and how he'd spent the years since, and he watched her face very carefully while he did. She was extraordinary about it. She didn't interrupt. Her face moved, through shock, disbelief, the specific recalibration of someone updating a fundamental assumption, but she held it, and when he finished she was quiet for a full 30 seconds. Then she said, "Dumbledore left it there. Accidentally, I think. Does it matter?" "It matters for whether he's dangerous," Harry said. "I think he left it because some part of him wanted someone to know the full shape of it. Not as a plan. As a confession." Hermione sat with this. "And the full shape of it is, that he was planning to let me walk into Voldemort knowing I had to die," Harry said, calmly. "As the only way to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul that attached itself to me when I was a baby." She made a sound he'd never heard from her before. Not a word. Just a sound. "I'm not going to do that," he said. "I have a different plan." "You have a," she stopped. Restarted. "Of course you do." "Are you angry?" he said. Yes. At Dumbledore." She was, he could see, working very hard at something internal. "Not at you. You were 7. I am now 12, Harry said. And I have had 5 years to think about it. Have you told anyone else?" "No." She looked at him. "Why me?" He'd thought about this. Because you'll help, he said. Not because I'm Harry Potter. Because the problem is solvable and you can't resist a solvable problem. He paused. And because you're the only person I've met who would hear all of that and immediately start thinking about solutions rather than falling apart. She was quiet again. Then, with a kind of controlled precision that was entirely Hermione, the Horcruxes. There are 7 total, including me and the snake. 6 objects. And the diary. The diary is going to surface this year. He watched her absorb this. I need you to help me find it before it does too much damage. I know what it is and how to destroy it. A basilisk fawn, she said immediately. He blinked. I've been reading about Salazar Slytherin all summer, she said, with faint defensive dignity. It was interesting. The theory of Parseltongue heredity alone is fascinating. And if there's a chamber then there's a creature, and if Slytherin built it the creature would be something that responded to his particular. She stopped. You speak Parseltongue? Yes. Since the Pensieve? Since before, I think. But I know what it is now. She closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, she said, we're going to need a plan that accounts for Ginny Weasley, the diary's likely target, Lucius Malfoy's involvement, and the basilisk's location. Already have one, Harry said. But I could use a second opinion. She almost smiled. Obviously. The year moved the way second years moved, crowded with new classes, new pressures, the developing social architecture of adolescence, and Harry managed it with the same deliberate ordinariness he'd cultivated in first year. He made the Quidditch team again. He sat in the middle of class and answered questions correctly but not preposterously. He was friendly to everyone and intimate with a very small number. He watched for the diary. Draco Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood on the Quidditch pitch and Harry turned to look at him with an expression that had nothing warm in it, and Draco, who had inherited his father's intelligence without the accompanying experience, recognized something in Harry's face that he couldn't name and looked away first. Harry thought, I know what your father is planning for this school year. I know who you are and what your family does and what it's going to cost you. I'm not angry at you about that. He thought, but touch her again and we'll have a different conversation. He didn't say any of it. He let Ron handle the verbal defense, which Ron did with considerable flair and some spectacular hex misfires. He stood next to Hermione and felt her bristle and settle. Mud-blood, she said, quietly, later in the common room, testing the weight of it. It's just a word. Words are what people use when they want you to know where they think you stand, Harry said. He wanted you to feel smaller than him. Well, I don't. I know. She looked at him sideways. Thank you. On the pitch. I didn't do anything. You looked at him like that. Like what? She considered. Like you knew something about him he'd rather you didn't. She paused. Do you? Yes, Harry said. But it's not useful yet. November. The first petrification. Mrs. Norris, hanging from a torch bracket in the corridor above the flooded bathroom, eyes wide and fixed. The writing on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry looked at the writing and noted the specific magical signature of the ink, conjured blood, stylized, the kind of dramatic gesture someone wanted found, and looked at the flooding from Myrtle's bathroom with the flat attention of someone identifying a traffic pattern. The basilisk moved through the pipes. It always had. The flooding was from Myrtle's crying, not from anything the basilisk had done. Dumbledore arrived with Snape and Filch and Lockhart, and Harry stood next to Ron and Hermione looking appropriately alarmed. Snape's eyes moved to him immediately. Then to the wall. Then back. Dumbledore looked at the writing with an expression Harry couldn't fully read, concern, yes, but underneath that, the expression of a man looking at the opening move of something he'd suspected was coming and had made contingency arrangements for. His eyes swept the students and landed on Harry with the particular quality of attention that meant he was doing a rapid assessment of how much Harry knew and revealing nothing of what he himself knew. Harry looked back with wide, alarmed eyes and revealed nothing either. "Gilderoy," Dumbledore said to Lockhart, "I imagine this falls under your particular area of expertise?" Lockhart launched into something self-aggrandizing. Harry tuned it out and thought about the diary. It hadn't appeared yet. He'd been watching Ginny all term, watching her without being obvious about it, checking in with her naturally, making sure she felt real and connected enough to be harder to influence. But he hadn't found the diary, which meant Lucius hadn't made his move yet, which meant it was coming. It came at the dueling club. Not the diary directly, the diary was already in Ginny's possession by the time the dueling club met, he realized, because she was distracted in a way she hadn't been in October, slightly absent in the eyes, slightly too bright when she smiled, which were the early signatures. But the dueling club was where Harry made a mistake. Not a catastrophic mistake. A correctable one. But a mistake. Snape paired him with Draco, which was the kind of thing Snape did when he was testing something, and Draco conjured a snake, and Harry, focused on Malfoy's wand hand, already moving to disarm, heard the snake and responded to it automatically, instinctively, in the language that was second nature. "Stop. Stop. Don't move. No one here has hurt you." The hall went quiet with the specific quality of quiet that meant something wrong had happened. He looked up. Everyone was staring at him. The snake was coiled and watching him. Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had been backing away, had stopped, his face pale. Harry closed his mouth. Parseltongue. He'd spoken Parseltongue in front of the entire school. He looked at Snape. Snape's face was a study in rapid processing, the evidence collating in real time, the conclusions forming with the speed of a very good mind encountering the piece it had been missing. He looked at Hermione. She mouthed, "It's okay." He looked at Dumbledore, who was not in the hall but whom he could feel as clearly as if the old man were standing next to him, somewhere in the castle, a mile of stone away, updated just now on something that had changed the picture. He banished the snake with a wave and said, "To the room, sorry." "I didn't, sorry." He walked out. He found the diary 3 days later. He'd been checking Ginny's bag with a legilimency sweep that was surface only and technically not invasive. He was reading the bag's recent contact residue, not Ginny's mind, which was the spell equivalent of reading fingerprints rather than someone's private correspondence. The diary had been in there since October. It was now December and the influence was deepening. He needed to get it away from her without her knowing. He thought about it for a day. Then he asked Ginny, very casually, if she'd been to the library recently, because he thought he'd left a book there she might have borrowed. She went to check. He was in her dormitory, briefly, carefully, having established 3 separate diversions, and he found the diary in her trunk and held it for a moment. It was warm. Not physically, not temperature. Something else. The warmth of something alive in it, pressing against the cover, aware of being held. He looked at the diary. The diary, in a sense, looked back. He thought about the fragment of that same soul in his own head and felt, for just a moment, the distinct uncanniness of holding a part of Voldemort in his hand while carrying another part in his skull. Then he put the diary in his bag and replaced it with the near-identical Muggle notebook he'd brought for this purpose, charmed to feel approximately right to a 12-year-old girl who wasn't looking closely. He walked out of the dormitory and went to find Hermione. The diary sat on the desk in an empty classroom they'd been using as an informal research space all year. Hermione had procured the key from a 6th-year prefect through means she declined to elaborate on, which Harry respected, and the 3 of them looked at it. Ron said, "That's it. It just looks like a book." "There's something in it," Hermione said. She'd done a diagnostic charm on it the moment Harry had brought it, a detection sequence she'd adapted from a 6th-year dark arts text, and the results had made her go quiet in a specific way. Something that shouldn't be in any object. Something that's, alive isn't quite the right word. Present. "It's a Horcrux," Harry said. Ron looked at him. Hermione looked at him. He'd told Hermione in October. He hadn't told Ron yet. He told Ron now. The version Ron could receive, shorter, more practical, less historiographical than the version Hermione had gotten. Ron listened with the focused attention he gave to things that were serious without performing seriousness, which Harry had come to recognize as Ron's most authentic mode. When Harry finished, Ron said, "So there are 6 more of these. 7 including me." Including, right. Ron processed this with visible effort. Right. Okay. And Dumbledore's plan was to, yes. That's mental, Ron said. Not hotly. Just flatly, the way you said something that was clearly true. That's completely mental. Yes, Harry agreed. Ron looked at the diary. And this one we can, what, destroy it? With what? Basilisk venom, Harry said. Which we don't currently have access to. The basilisk is alive, Hermione said. In the pipes. Moving through the castle through the plumbing infrastructure, which explains the flooding and why no one's found it. So we need it dead first, Ron said. We need it dead first, Harry confirmed. The 3 of them looked at each other. I can find the chamber, Harry said. I can open it. Parseltongue is the key. He paused. I need to go alone. Absolutely not, Hermione said immediately. The basilisk is a direct gaze killer, Harry said. I can close my eyes and navigate by sound because I can talk to it. You can't. He looked at her. I'm not being heroic about it. It's a practical limitation. I could use a mirror, she said. Could you fight a 60-foot snake through a mirror? Silence. I'll be there for the entrance, Ron said. Whatever that involves. Harry nodded. He'd expected this. It was, he thought, exactly right, Ron at the entrance, Hermione with the research and the logistics and the counterplanning for everything above, Harry in the chamber itself. The night they went down, it was late March. The castle was quiet. Moaning Myrtle, who Harry had been visiting periodically, not out of calculation but because she was genuinely interesting and lonely in a way that no one had bothered to address, showed them the entrance in her bathroom, a sink with a snake engraved on the tap. Harry spoke to the tap and the floor opened. Ron and Hermione looked at the dark below. There's a rock slide further in, Harry said. It blocked the passage in the last time this was opened. You won't be able to follow further than that. He looked at Ron. If I'm not back in an hour, go to McGonagall. Right, Ron said. Not Dumbledore, Harry said. McGonagall. Ron looked at him for a moment. Yeah, all right. He went down. The chamber was exactly as the memories had shown it, except that nothing in memories prepared you for scale. It was vast and dark and the columns were enormous and the air was cold and wet and somewhere in the dark ahead of him he could hear the sound of something breathing. He moved through the chamber without using his wand for light. Light would ruin his dark vision, which he'd been cultivating, and any sound he made would tell the basilisk where he was before he was ready. He spoke softly in Parseltongue, I am here. I mean no offense to you. I need to speak with you. The breathing stopped. Then a voice, not like the diary, not like Voldemort, older, slower, the voice of something that had been alive for a very long time in the dark, who speaks the old tongue. I do, Harry said. My name is Harry Potter. A long silence. The air. No, Harry said. The opposite, I think. More silence. The sound of enormous movement in the dark, slow, considering. Why do you come? Because you've been here for 1,000 years, Harry said, and you were put here to guard something, and the thing you've been guarding has been used to hurt children. That's not what you were made for. The silence this time had a different quality. Consideration, maybe. Or something older than consideration. I serve the air. The air is dead, Harry said. The person controlling you through that diary is a piece of a man who destroyed himself trying to live forever. You owe him nothing. I have always been here. Yes, Harry said. I know. He thought about what 1,000 years in the dark meant. What it meant to be the most dangerous thing in a world that had forgotten you were there. To be old and bound and waiting for a purpose that kept arriving wearing different faces. He felt, in the space between breaths in the dark, the particular sadness of a creature that had outlived its context. I can't let you keep doing this, he said. I'm sorry. He had his wand in his hand. He thought about what he needed. He thought about the theory, basilisk venom destroyed what couldn't otherwise be destroyed, and the body of a basilisk that had died naturally would retain its venom indefinitely. He thought about what he was about to do and felt the full weight of it. He raised his wand. He cast with his eyes shut. The spell he used was not in the textbooks. It was Dumbledore's, the killing curse cast internally, from the memory, a spell Harry had spent a year making sure he would never use again after this. He applied it in the way he'd theorized, with the full force of what he could do, aimed not at the snake's life but at the soul shred inside the diary which he was holding at his side, directing the venom's destructive power. He was improvising. He knew he was improvising. He'd planned for this, but plans and moments were different things. He opened his eyes long enough to see the snake, massive, gold-green, ancient, enormous, and closed them again. He threw the diary into the open mouth. The basilisk's venom did what it did. The diary screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, a frequency that Harry felt in his back teeth and his scar, a particular scream of something unnatural being unmade. The diary blackened and the ink wept out of it, and the warmth that had been pressing against the cover was simply gone. He stood in the dark afterwards for a long moment. The basilisk had been dead before the diary, the spell, he'd gotten the spell right, it had worked, and the chamber was quiet in a way it hadn't been in 1,000 years. He collected what he needed. He walked back. He came back up through the pipe with basilisk venom in a flask he'd transfigured from a piece of chamber stone, and Ron and Hermione were waiting where he'd left them, Hermione on her feet immediately, Ron standing up from where he'd been sitting against the wall. She looked at him. At the flask. At his face. It's done, he said. The diary's destroyed. Ron let out a long breath. Hermione crossed the distance between them and hugged him, which surprised him enough that he didn't immediately respond, and then he did, carefully. You're freezing, she said, into his shoulder. The chamber is cold. You could have been, I wasn't, he said. She pulled back. Her eyes were too bright. The plan worked. Mostly, Harry said. I improvised at the end. Of course you did. Ron clapped him on the arm in the way he had when words would take too long. Right. Let's go then. And you, he pointed at Harry, are going to explain, slowly, everything that happened down there. Including the improvising. Yes, Harry said. And the flask, Ron added, looking at it. Basilisk venom, Harry said. We're going to need it. For the other 5, Hermione said quietly. For the other 5, Harry confirmed. He put the flask carefully in his bag, next to his wand, next to the Horcrux list on the cereal box that he'd been carrying with him all year, and the 3 of them walked back through the castle in the sleeping dark. Ginny would find a blank notebook in her trunk in the morning and feel inexplicably lighter. Harry had written one thing in the substituted notebook before replacing it, in very small letters on the first page, you're okay. Tell someone if you feel wrong again. H. He hoped she'd understand it someday. He thought she would. Above them, in the castle that was breathing and warm and full of sleeping people, Dumbledore sat in his office and looked at the readout of the wards, at the specific flare of old magic resolved in the chamber beneath, at the presence of Harry James Potter in the tunnels an hour ago, at the destruction of a Horcrux he had privately believed might not be addressed until 6th year at the earliest. He took his glasses off and cleaned them. He put them back on. He sat for a long time in the quiet and thought about a loose floorboard in Surrey, and about what a child becomes when you give them the whole truth before they're old enough to be afraid of it. "Be better than I was," he had told the Pensieve. He thought Harry might be managing it. He wasn't sure yet whether that terrified him or made him proud. He suspected it was both, which was, perhaps, what he deserved. Chapter 5, The Map and the Man. The thing about knowing Sirius Black was innocent was that Harry had known it for 6 years and done nothing useful about it. This was not, he told himself on the Hogwarts Express at the start of 3rd year, a failure of planning. It was a failure of access. He was 13. He had no standing in the wizarding legal system, no influence with the ministry, and the evidence against Sirius, the evidence that mattered, Peter Pettigrew alive in Ron's pocket in the form of a grey rat, was still in Ron's pocket. In the form of a grey rat. He looked at Scabbers in the cage on the seat beside Ron and thought about what was inside that matted grey fur. The cowardice and the betrayal and the years of hiding in a child's pocket while the man blamed for your crimes rotted in Azkaban. He'd thought, over the summer, about simply grabbing the rat and exposing him. A quick finite on the animagus form. Done. He hadn't done it for 2 reasons. First, without Sirius present, without the full story documented and witnessed, Pettigrew would simply be a confused man who'd been a rat, and the ministry would find a way to make the confused man into a victim and leave Sirius in Azkaban. Because the ministry was very good at institutional self-protection and admitting a decade-long wrongful imprisonment was the kind of institutional embarrassment they'd sooner create a new false narrative than acknowledge. Second, Dumbledore. Harry had a sense, not quite from the memories, but from watching the old man across 2 years, that Dumbledore knew more about Sirius than he let on, and that this year was somehow the year the old man had decided the situation needed to resolve. He was going to let things develop and then control them. Harry had no intention of letting Dumbledore control them. He needed Sirius in the room. He needed Lupin in the room. He needed Pettigrew exposed in front of witnesses who couldn't be easily discredited. So he was going to wait, and watch, and manage the year as carefully as he'd managed the other 2, which was what he was thinking about when the compartment door slid open and a man he recognized from the memories entered and sat down under the window with the practiced ease of someone who'd been traveling a long time. Remus Lupin looked older than Harry had expected. The memories had shown him at various ages, but seeing him in person, the threadbare robes, the graying hair, the lines in his face that weren't age lines exactly but exhaustion lines, the kind you got from spending years holding something heavy, was different from memory. He had a quality of contained sadness that he wore like a second set of clothes. He also, Harry noted, had a very good wand hand. The reflexes were still sharp, barely disguised. Lupin looked at the 3 of them and said, with the natural ease of a good teacher, "I don't believe we've been introduced. Remus Lupin. I'll be your new defense against the dark arts teacher." "Hermione Granger," Hermione said. "Ron Weasley," Ron said. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Lupin's eyes moved to him, quickly, then away, then back, then away again in the pattern of someone who'd been told not to stare and was trying hard. He would have known Harry was on the train. He would have known what Harry looked like. He still wasn't prepared, Harry thought, for the specific experience of seeing James Potter's face in a train compartment. "Nice to meet you all," Lupin said, and settled back, and appeared to sleep, though Harry noted his breathing wasn't quite regular enough for actual sleep. The Dementors came at the tunnel. Harry had been preparing for this. He'd known they'd be on the train, ministry presence, Sirius Black supposedly at large, official protocol. He'd known what they did. He'd spent an hour in August working on a Patronus, which wasn't difficult for him in theory but had required emotional calibration. The Patronus needed genuine happiness, which meant accessing it, which meant being very honest with himself about what happiness felt like when you'd spent most of your life in a cupboard. He'd found it, eventually. It was the lake crossing in the boats, 1st year, Hogwarts above him in the dark. That specific moment of beauty he hadn't expected. He'd produced a Patronus in his bedroom at Privet Drive that had taken the form of a stag, which had surprised him for about 10 seconds and then hadn't. In the compartment, when the temperature dropped and the Dementor pressed against the door and Hermione went white and Ron swayed and his own head began to fill with green light and a woman screaming, he reached for that moment, boats, dark water, the castle above, and cast. The Patronus erupted from his wand and filled the compartment with silver light. The stag was enormous and definite and the Dementor pulled back from it like smoke from a flame. He heard Lupin make a sound. Then the compartment was warm again and Hermione had her hand on his arm and Ron was blinking and Lupin was very still and looking at the place where the Patronus had been with an expression that had broken through every layer of professional composure he had. "That was a Patronus charm," Lupin said. His voice was even, which required visible effort. "Yes," Harry said. "A corporeal Patronus." He looked at Harry. "Fully formed. Is that unusual for a 13-year-old, yes," Lupin said. "It's unusual for most adults." His eyes were very steady. "Where did you learn it?" "I read about it," Harry said. "I practiced over the summer." Lupin looked at the space where the stag had been for a moment longer. Then he reached into his case and produced chocolate, a large slab of it, broken into pieces, and handed it around, and said nothing more about the Patronus, which Harry appreciated and which cost the man something, he could tell. Hogwarts under Dementor presence was darker than it had been. Not just the literal grey that the creatures brought, the way they bleached the atmosphere around them, the cold they carried, but the collective mood of a school that was sleeping badly and couldn't entirely say why. Harry found he could move through Dementor-adjacent zones with more ease than most people, which was something he didn't advertise. The trick wasn't happiness, or not only that. It was the relationship between yourself and your worst memories. If you'd already looked at them, fully, without flinching, they had less available to pull. He'd spent 3 years looking at everything he could have been afraid of and refusing to flinch. The Dementors found less purchase. He did not find this comforting in a self-congratulatory way. He found it clarifying. Lupin's classes were the best defense lessons Harry had attended, which was not a high bar given Quirrell and Lockhart, but would have been true against any comparison. Lupin taught the way the memories had shown Dumbledore at his best, by making the students encounter the thing rather than read about it, by trusting their capacity to handle difficulty, by using humor at exactly the right moments to release pressure without undermining seriousness. The Boggart lesson was the first moment anyone in the class saw something real about Harry in his second year. He watched Neville face his Boggart, Snape in his grandmother's clothes, with a grin that he didn't hide, because it was genuinely excellent, and watched the cascade of Boggarts that followed, and when it was his turn he stepped forward with his wand ready and thought, briefly, about what a Boggart would choose for him. The Boggart that had been Neville's spinning grandmother became, stillness. Just darkness and stillness. Not Voldemort. Not Dumbledore. Not his parents' deaths. A locked cupboard door. Harry looked at it for a moment. The cupboard. The darkness. The specific quality of being contained and forgotten. He thought, ridiculous. The cupboard door flew open and light came out of it, a ridiculous amount of light, almost cartoonish, golden and warm. And out of the cupboard tumbled a cascade of books and a Nimbus 2000 and Hedwig and a small snake that he recognized as Dry Light Still, who looked around at the class with enormous dignity and then disappeared. The class laughed. The Boggart spun away. Harry stepped back. He caught Lupin's eyes. Lupin had seen what the Boggart had chosen. He hadn't seen a Dementor, which everyone expected, or Voldemort. He'd seen a cupboard, and he'd seen a 13-year-old boy make it into something funny, which required knowing exactly what the cupboard meant and refusing to let the Boggart have it. Lupin's expression did the thing it did sometimes, the thing where the professional composure had too much to hold and something genuine leaked through. Harry met his eyes and moved on. After class, Lupin said, very casually, "Stay a moment, Mr. Potter." The class filed out. Hermione, at the door, gave Harry a look that meant she'd wait in the corridor, which he returned with a slight nod. He stood across from Lupin in the emptied classroom while the afternoon light came in pale and low. "The Patronus on the train," Lupin said. "You're going to ask where I really learned it," Harry said. I was thinking about it, yes. I told you, Harry said. I read about it and I practiced. The form, Lupin said. A stag. Lupin looked at him with the particular expression of a man trying to be careful about something that was pulling him in a very specific direction. Your father's animagus form was a stag, he said. I know, Harry said. Pause. You know, Lupin repeated. I read about animagi. The registered ones are public record. He met Lupin's eyes. My father wasn't registered. No, Lupin said carefully. He wasn't. Harry considered the room. The afternoon. The way Lupin was holding himself very still in the way of someone who had a great deal to say and was trying to determine how much of it was his to say. Professor, Harry said, I know who Sirius Black is. Lupin went very still. Not what the ministry says, Harry said. What's actually true? Harry, he's innocent, Harry said. Pettigrew is alive. He's an animagus, a rat. He's been hiding for 12 years. He watched Lupin's face move through several expressions with the speed of a man whose operational assumptions have just been disassembled. I know you know this. I'm telling you I know it too. The silence was different from other silences. It was the silence of a man who has been carrying something alone for a very long time meeting someone else who knows the weight of it. How, Lupin said. Not a question, exactly. More of a word standing in for a larger word. I can't fully explain that, Harry said. I'm sorry. But I need you to trust me when I tell you that I'm not going to do anything rash. I'm not going to try to find Sirius alone and I'm not going to try to expose Pettigrew before we have everything in place to make it stick. Lupin looked at him for a long moment. You're 13, he said. I know. You're telling me you have a plan. I'm telling you I'm working on one, Harry said, and that it would be helped significantly if you were part of it. Another silence. Dumbledore, Lupin started. We'll handle it his way if we let him, Harry said. His way involves Sirius in Azkaban for another year minimum while he maneuvers the ministry. I'd like Sirius out before June. Lupin made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a breath. He turned to the window and stood there for a moment. Your father would have hated this, he said. Being managed by his 13-year-old son. I'm not managing anyone, Harry said. I'm asking for help. Lupin turned back. He looked at Harry with the open-faced grief and complicated love of someone looking at a ghost wearing a real person's face. What do you need? He said. The map was Lupin's contribution, and it arrived via a route that had nothing to do with the plan and everything to do with Lupin's conscience. He'd had it. He'd always had it, kept it because throwing it away felt like erasing something, kept it because it was Moony and Wormtail and Padfoot and Prongs in a piece of paper, which was the last piece of any of them he had. He brought it to Harry one morning in October before class, wrapped in plain brown paper, and said only, Your father made this. It should be yours. Harry took it. He already knew what it was. But the act of holding it, this thing that James Potter had made at 15 in the same castle with his hands and his magic and his laughter, was different from knowing what it was. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it in a way that went past the map. Lupin nodded once and went back to his desk. Harry unfolded it that night in the dormitory after Ron and the others were asleep. He tapped it with his wand and said, I solemnly swear I am up to no good, and watched the ink bloom across the parchment. He looked at every moving dot. He found Pettigrew immediately, because he knew what to look for, the dot labeled Peter Pettigrew in Ron's dormitory, sitting in the cage, going nowhere. He looked at it for a long moment. He looked at other things. Dumbledore in his office. Snape in the dungeons, moving. Lupin in his office. He found a dot outside the castle grounds, at the edge of the map's range, moving in an irregular pattern that suggested something trying not to be found. Sirius Black. He'd been circling the castle. Moving closer some nights, pulling back others. Harry thought about what 12 years in Azkaban did to a person, and about the specific torture of being that close and having no way in that wasn't catastrophic. He held the map and thought, I'm coming. Not yet. But coming. He folded the map and put it in his robes. December. Snape substituted for Lupin during a bad patch of moon, and the lesson he taught was on werewolves, which was so nakedly hostile an act that even third years understood it was personal. Harry sat in the class and wrote down the signs of lycanthropy in his best handwriting and felt the old, familiar simmer of something directed specifically at Snape that he didn't let become anything more than a simmer. He stayed after class. That was unkind, Harry said. To Lupin. Snape turned from the board with an expression that had moved past the performance of contempt into something more direct. He and Harry had arrived, over 2.5 years, at a particular honesty with each other, not warmth, not precisely, but the honesty of two people who had stopped pretending not to see each other clearly. It was informative, Snape said. The class should know the signs. The class knows the signs. That's not what the lesson was about. Snape looked at him. You don't like him, Harry said. That's your business. But he's the best defense teacher this school has had in years, and whatever happened between you at 15, you'll want to be careful, Snape said quietly, about finishing that sentence. I know about the prank, Harry said. I know what they did. I know you almost went into the Whomping Willow. The silence was absolute. I think that was wrong, Harry said. I think Sirius Black did something dangerous and cruel, and my father went along with it, and that was wrong. But Lupin didn't. Lupin said nothing, Snape said. Each word had a casing of iron around it. He said nothing. I know, Harry said. You're defending him. I'm not defending it, Harry said. I'm saying it was a long time ago and that he's paid for it in ways you probably don't know about. He held Snape's gaze. And I'm saying that whatever you decide to do about Lupin is between you. But I'd appreciate it if the defense students weren't collateral. The silence stretched. Your father would never have said that, Snape said, finally. I'm not my father, Harry said. Something moved in Snape's face. Not softening, nothing as simple as that. Something more like a recalibration. A small, internal shift in whatever map he'd been using. You're not, he agreed, very quietly. Harry picked up his bag and went. The plan to free Sirius came together in January, because that was when Hermione thought of the time turner. She'd had one all year. McGonagall had arranged it for her course load, which was impossible without doubling time, and she came to Harry on a Sunday morning in the common room when Ron was at Quidditch practice, and she said, without preamble, the time turner. Harry looked at her. Whatever happens with Sirius and Pettigrew in June, if it goes wrong, if the Ministry gets involved, if they won't listen, we go back, Harry said. We go back, she confirmed. Fix what went wrong. He looked at her with the expression he reserved for the moments when Hermione was operating at full capacity, which was the expression of someone watching something genuinely excellent happen. That's exactly right, he said. There are rules, she said immediately. About time turners. We can't be seen by our past selves. We can't interact in ways that change the events that led to the time turn, or we create a paradox. We have a limited window. The turner is calibrated for Hermione Granger's school schedule, not rescue operations. How limited? A few hours. Maybe 3. That's enough, Harry said. If we know what we're working with. She sat across from him and they talked through every contingency. Harry laid out what he knew: Sirius's presence at the castle, Pettigrew's exposure, the Ministry's arrival, the specific sequence of failures in Dumbledore's version of events, and Hermione laid out the time mechanics, and between them they built a plan that was precise and flexible and accounted for the things they couldn't fully control. Ron came back from practice, boots covered in mud, and found them with a parchment covered in timeline notes, and said, "Are you two planning a heist?" "Sort of," Harry said. "Come in." Close the door. Spring term, and the Quidditch final, and a night in late May when Harry lay awake in the dormitory listening to Ron sleep and thinking about Sirius Black circling the castle in the dark. He got up. He had the cloak and the map, and the castle at 2 in the morning was as familiar to him now as the inside of the cupboard had been, better, actually, because it had more room and better light and moving staircases that he'd long since memorized. He went out through the portrait hole and through a passage behind a tapestry on the 4th floor and out to the edge of the grounds. He stood in the dark for a moment. Then he spoke, not loudly, just enough to carry. Sirius. Nothing for a moment. Then, from the shadow of the Whomping Willows range, a large black dog stepped forward. Harry looked at the dog. The dog looked at Harry. There was a moment that felt longer than it was. Then Sirius Black transformed, and he was a man, tall, gaunt, with the specific kind of thinness that was about deprivation rather than constitution, long dark hair, eyes that had something behind them that 12 years hadn't entirely destroyed, something that was still serious, still alive. He was staring at Harry the way Lupin had looked at him on the train, the ghost of James, the eyes of Lily, except Sirius looked like someone seeing daylight after dark, like someone gripping something solid after very cold water. How are you out here?" he said. His voice was rough. "The wards, I know the wards," Harry said. "There's a window in the outer perimeter near the greenhouses. I've been using it when I need air." Sirius stared at him. "You're 13. Everyone keeps saying that," Harry said. "Because it's true." But something in Sirius's expression was moving, recalibrating, the same way Lupin's had, the same way everyone's did when they spent long enough around Harry to realize the gap between the 13-year-old they'd expected and the one that was present. "You're not afraid of me." "No," Harry said. "I know you're innocent." Sirius went completely still. "Peter Pettigrew is alive," Harry said. "He's an animagus. A rat. He's been hiding as Ron Weasley's pet for 12 years. He watched the effect of this on Sirius's face, the confirmation of something the man had maintained through a decade of Dementor pressure, the specific relief of being believed, and underneath the relief, the rage, still burning. "I know what happened. All of it. I know you weren't the secret keeper. I know what he did." Sirius sat down on the grass. Not gracefully. He just sat, the way people sat when their legs stopped cooperating. "How?" he said. "It's a long story," Harry said. "I'll tell you all of it eventually." He sat down across from him, in the wet grass, in the dark. "But right now what I need to know is whether you're willing to wait 3 weeks. Sirius looked up. "For what?" "For me to expose Pettigrew in a way that the Ministry can't undo." He held the man's gaze. "If you try to take him yourself, you'll be captured and they'll have you in front of the Dementors before you get a word in. But if we wait until the end of term, until I can get him in front of witnesses who matter, in a situation where Dumbledore himself has to acknowledge what he's seeing, Dumbledore knows I'm innocent," Sirius said. His voice had an edge to it. Not bitterness, quite. Something older. "Dumbledore suspects you're innocent," Harry said carefully. "There's a difference. He can't prove it and he hasn't chosen to push the Ministry. He will, eventually, I think this year, actually. But his version of eventually might not serve you." Sirius looked at him for a long time. "James would have gone in immediately," he said. All wands blazing. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm not James." "No," Sirius said quietly. "Merlin, you're not." He ran a hand over his face. 3 weeks. Maybe less. I'm working on the timing." Sirius looked up at the castle. At the lights, the towers, the inhabited dark of it. Harry watched his face and thought about 12 years of Azkaban and the specific cruelty of being close enough to see the place where someone you loved was safe. "Your father," Sirius said, not looking at him, "would have been so proud of you. I want you to know that. Whatever kind of person you've turned into, he'd have been insufferably, embarrassingly proud." Harry let that land. He didn't deflect it or file it or process it into something practical. He just let it be what it was. Okay, he said, after a moment. Lily too, Sirius said. Even more, honestly. She was the one who understood that. He stopped. Sorry. Don't apologize, Harry said. They sat in the dark for a while, the man who should have been his godfather and the boy who should have had a different childhood, in the shadow of a school that neither of them had been allowed to approach the way they deserved. You need to go back in, Sirius said eventually. Before the patrols. I know. Harry stood up. 3 weeks. Stay safe. I'm a wanted criminal lurking on school grounds, Sirius said, with the first trace of something that might have been the beginning of a smile. Safety is relative. Harry put the cloak back on. I'm glad you're alive, he said. It came out simpler than he'd intended, and truer. Sirius looked at the place where Harry had been for a moment. Yeah, he said quietly. Me too, kid. June. It went the way Harry had planned for, and then didn't, and then did again, which was the nature of plans meeting real people. The Whomping Willow. The tunnel. The shrieking shack, which wasn't shrieking and hadn't been for years, the sounds had been Lupin in transformation, the rumor a deliberate protection. Sirius and Lupin and Pettigrew in a room that was too small for everything it contained, Ron's leg broken from the tunnel, Hermione pale and steady, Harry standing between all of it. He'd been in the tunnel before them, the map had shown him where to go, and by the time Ron and Hermione arrived, dragged by a transformed Sirius, Harry was already in the shack, already had Pettigrew's exit routes blocked with 3 simultaneous colloportus charms on the windows and a ward on the door that would prevent Animagus transformation. He'd done it quietly and efficiently while Sirius and Ron and Hermione were still coming through the tunnel. When Lupin arrived and the explanations happened, Sirius's explanation, Lupin's confirmation, the unraveling of 12 years of false narrative, Harry stood to the side and let it happen. This was not his moment to control. This was Sirius's moment to be believed. When Snape arrived through the same tunnel, invisibility cloak thrown off, wand up, Harry said, Professor. He's innocent. We need you to hear this. Snape looked at him with an expression that contained about 15 things simultaneously. I'm here to take Sirius Black, I know, Harry said. Please listen first. Snape's wand didn't waver. His eyes moved from Harry to Sirius to Lupin to the rat that Hermione had pinned to the floor with a nonverbal petrificus the moment she'd had the opening, because Hermione was Hermione and she'd seen the exit problem before Harry had even signaled. The rat, Harry said. We need him. He's Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew is dead, Snape said. Pettigrew is an unregistered animagus, Harry said, and he's been hiding as a rat for 12 years while an innocent man sat in Azkaban. He held Snape's eyes. I know you don't trust Sirius. I know there's history. But you're the best reader of people I've met and I'm asking you to look at what's actually in this room before you decide what to do. Something in the room shifted. Snape looked at Pettigrew, petrified, rat-faced, the specific terror of something caught, and at Sirius, gaunt, desperate, the specific expression of someone who has finally said the true thing, and at Lupin, quietly certain in the way of a man who has been waiting to say something true for a very long time. He looked at Harry last. The wand lowered 3 inches. Not all the way. 3 inches. Show me the rat, Snape said. The moon came out from behind the clouds at the worst possible moment, which was the one variable Harry couldn't have fully planned for. He'd looked at the lunar calendar but Lupin's potion situation had deteriorated without Harry knowing, because Snape had not been providing it with his previous precision, and Lupin transformed. The next 10 minutes were the kind that happened too fast for conscious thought. Lupin, transformed, crashing through the wall. Sirius transforming to hold him. Pettigrew, free in the chaos, lunging for the window. Harry getting there first, wandless, because his wand was occupied holding a shield charm against the transformed werewolf's proximity, grabbing Pettigrew by the collar, physical, just his hands. Pettigrew looked at him with the eyes of a small, terrified, genuinely cowardly man who had never been as powerful as the people around him and had always chosen survival over everything. "Please," Pettigrew said. Harry looked at him. "I'm going to let you go," Harry said, very quietly. "And you're going to go back to being a rat and you're going to come with us to the castle and you're going to tell the truth, in front of Dumbledore, in front of as many witnesses as I can get into a room. And after that the Ministry can do whatever the Ministry does." He paused. "Or I can give you to Sirius right now." Pettigrew made a sound. "The truth," Harry said. "That's all." He released Pettigrew's collar. Pettigrew didn't run. Harry wasn't certain he'd calculated that correctly until it happened. But the man, the coward, the rat, the betrayer, stood in the chaos of the transformed shrieking shack and made the one choice that was, Harry thought, the nearest thing to decent he'd managed in 20 years. He stayed. Dumbledore's office. Midnight. Pettigrew had confessed. It had taken an hour and Snape's Veritaserum, which Snape had produced with the expression of someone who had planned for this contingency and was not explaining when. It had taken Dumbledore listening with the full weight of his attention, recording everything, signing documents, owing the minister himself. Sirius was sitting in a chair with a cup of tea he wasn't drinking and the look of a man who had not yet fully updated his model of reality to include the possibility of being free. Harry stood near the window and watched Dumbledore work. The old man was very good at crisis management. He worked efficiently and without visible emotion, which was the performance of someone whose emotions were happening quite intensely in a private layer. He processed the documentation. He secured Pettigrew in a ministry holding cell with 2 Aurors present. He dispatched Madame Pomfrey to the grounds for Lupin. He did all of this in the manner of a man clearing a board. Then he looked at Harry. "Well," Dumbledore said. "Mr. Potter." "Professor," Harry said. The old man looked at him across his desk. Behind him, Fawkes shifted on his perch. The portraits were all watching with the attention of people who had been awake for this. "You have been busy this evening," Dumbledore said. "It needed doing," Harry said. "Indeed." Dumbledore folded his hands. "I wonder if I might ask you something directly." "Of course," Harry said. "The wandless magic in the shack. The wards on the exits." His eyes were very steady. "You had anticipated this evening." "I thought it might happen around now, yes." "And the blocks on Pettigrew's escape routes, those were placed before the others arrived." "Yes." Dumbledore looked at him for a long, quiet moment. "You are 13 years old, Harry." "So I'm told." Something moved in the old man's face. The closest thing Harry had ever seen from him to genuine surprise. "The Pensieve," Dumbledore said, so quietly it was almost to himself. Harry met his eyes. "You found it," Dumbledore said. "Yes," Harry said. "When I was 7. The silence that followed was the longest of Harry's life. Fawkes made a small sound. The portraits had gone very still. Sirius, across the room, was looking at Harry with an expression that was reconfiguring itself rapidly. Dumbledore took off his glasses and set them on the desk. He looked, without the glasses, older and more human and more tired than Harry had ever seen him, which was saying something. "How much," Dumbledore said, "did you see?" "All of it," Harry said. "I think." Another silence. "I see," Dumbledore said. "I know what you planned," Harry said, not unkindly. "I know why. I understand the reasoning." He held the old man's gaze. "I'm not going to do it." Dumbledore looked at him. Not with anger. Not with the political authority of a headmaster. With something that was almost relief. The specific relief of a burden that has been waiting to be named. "No," Dumbledore said quietly. "I don't suppose you are." He put his glasses back on. "Are you angry with me?" Harry thought about it honestly. "I was," he said. "For a while. You were going to use me. Yes, Dumbledore said. You thought it was necessary. I believed it was the only way. It wasn't, Harry said. I have a different plan. A better one. Dumbledore looked at him for another moment. Then, with the expression of a man discovering that the story he'd been writing has been revised by someone else, not with rage, but with the complicated grace of a person old enough to recognize when they've been wrong, he said, "Will you tell me about it?" Sirius was watching Harry from across the room with the expression he'd had on the grounds 2 weeks ago, the specific look of someone seeing something they couldn't have imagined. Harry pulled a chair up to Dumbledore's desk. "Yes," he said. "I think we need to talk." Chapter 6, The Graveyard and the Game. The conversation with Dumbledore had lasted until 4 in the morning. Harry had told him most of it. Not everything, not the full architectural detail of his own counterplan, not the specific sequence of Horcrux destructions he'd been working toward, not the theoretical framework he'd built around the soul fragment in his scar and what he intended to do about it. But enough. Enough for Dumbledore to understand that the board had changed, that the piece he'd been moving for 13 years had been reading the game since age 7 and had been playing a different game entirely. Dumbledore had listened. That was the thing Harry hadn't fully predicted. He'd expected resistance, recalibration, the old man trying to re-establish control of the narrative. Instead, Dumbledore had listened with the full, genuine attention he brought to things that mattered, and at the end of it he'd been quiet for a very long time, and then he'd said, "You should have been able to be a child." Harry had looked at him. "Probably. I made that impossible. Before you were born, in some ways." He'd turned his glasses over in his hands. "Knowing doesn't make it better, I find. I've discovered that quite late." "It makes it more honest," Harry said. "That's something." Dumbledore had looked at him with that expression, the one that was grief and something approaching awe and the complicated love of a man who had spent decades using people he cared about, and said, quietly, "What do you need from me?" And Harry had told him. Fourth year began with the Quidditch World Cup, which Harry attended with the Weasleys and Hermione and Sirius, who was attending under the name of an entirely fictional person from the Hebrides that Dumbledore had arranged with the quiet efficiency of someone who owed a very large debt and was beginning to pay it. Sirius was not yet officially exonerated, the ministry moved like cold honey on the best days, and Fudge had performed 3 weeks of elaborate institutional denial before Dumbledore had placed the Veritaserum confirmed confession and 2 Auror witness statements on his desk and left them there without a word. The process was ongoing. Sirius was, in the interim, living at Grimmauld Place, which he hated, but living there free, which was everything. He'd spent a day in June teaching Harry to ride a hippogriff, which Harry suspected was partly for his benefit and partly because Sirius needed something to do with his hands that wasn't thinking about Azkaban. Harry had been very good at the hippogriff. Sirius had looked at him on the back of a hippogriff moving at speed over the Hogwarts grounds and said, shouting over the wind, "You're entirely too comfortable with things that could kill you." "Most things could kill me," Harry had shouted back. Sirius had made a sound that was probably the closest he'd come to laughing in 12 years. The World Cup was Bulgaria versus Ireland, and it was spectacular in the way that things were spectacular when they happened on a scale that made you feel very small and completely alive simultaneously. Harry sat in the top box with Hermione on one side and Ron on the other and watched Crumb play and felt the simple pleasure of watching someone be genuinely excellent at a thing. "He changes the angle of approach 3 times before the Wronski feint," Harry said to Ron. "Deliberately. Gets the keeper reading the wrong line." "You're watching technique at the World Cup," Ron said. "Of course you are. I'm also watching the match." "You're watching Quidditch tactics at the World Cup." "Ron. He's the best seeker in the world and I play the same position. This is research." Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at her program with a slight smile. The Death Eaters arrived after midnight, which Harry had known they would, and had left the tent with Hermione and Ron before the main camp fully erupted, moving quickly through the trees in a direction that avoided the primary surge of fleeing crowd. He'd been tracking 3 particular wand signatures all evening that had the specific quality of people performing normalcy, slightly too precise, slightly too contained, and he'd known they were Ministry-adjacent Death Eaters who'd been planning this for months. He didn't stop it. He couldn't stop it without explaining how he knew, and the stopping would have scattered them without identifying them, and identification was more useful than prevention right now. He moved his friends to safety and watched the dark mark appear in the sky with the cold, analytical attention he gave to evidence. Someone fired it from just past that ridge, he said to Hermione, quietly, while the screaming was at its height. She followed his eye line. How do you know which direction? The angle of the skull. He looked at her. Barty Crouch's house elf. Winky. She had a wand, she's going to be found with it. They're setting her up. Hermione looked at him sharply. They're setting up a house elf for the dark mark. Crouch needs distance from what's coming, Harry said. His son isn't as dead as advertised. Hermione's expression went through several things very quickly. Barty Crouch Jr. is alive. Faked his death. Prison exchange. His mother died and Crouch has been keeping him under Imperius. He watched the Ministry officials converge on the tree line. He's going to be in play this year. Ron had been listening to this with his eyes getting progressively wider. How long, he said carefully, have you known that? Since I was 7, Harry said. Right, Ron said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, he's going to be in our school, isn't he? Yes, Harry said. Disguised. Ron looked at the dark mark in the sky and then back at Harry. And you have a plan. I'm working on one. You always say that. Because I'm always working on one. He looked at Ron steadily. Trust me. Ron looked at the sky. At the chaos around them. At Hermione, who was watching Harry with the expression she had when she was doing rapid ethical calculus and hadn't finished. Yeah, Ron said. Obviously. The goblet of fire spat out 4 names, which Harry had known was coming, and his own name among them, which he had also known, and this knowledge made the walk up to the front of the Great Hall, through 400 pairs of eyes, through the particular hush of something going wrong in public, feel not like a trap but like a door he was choosing to walk through. He walked through it with his hands in his pockets. Dumbledore met his eyes as he passed. A small nod. Almost invisible. Harry nodded back. The champion's antechamber. Cedric Diggory, tall and fair and good-natured, who looked at Harry with the expression of someone making an honest effort not to be annoyed. Fleur Delacour, composure impeccable, silver blonde, watching Harry with the calculating attention of someone reassessing a situation. Victor Crumb, who looked at Harry with the specific solidarity of one professional recognizing another. They'd met briefly at the cup, and Crumb had asked him about the angle of approach on a Wronski feint, and Harry had answered technically and thoroughly, and Crumb had nodded with the satisfaction of a man finding someone worth talking to. Ludo Bagman's explanation. Crouch Sr.'s thin-faced arrival. Dumbledore's careful positioning. And then the door opened and Moody walked in. Harry looked at Moody. The magical eye swiveled to him and held. He looked back. He'd known since September. Moody had arrived at Hogwarts and Harry had watched him for 2 days and had then gone to Dumbledore's office and said, "That's not Moody." Dumbledore had looked at him over his glasses and Harry had said, "Barty Crouch Jr. Polyjuice. The real Moody is somewhere enclosed, his own house, probably, somewhere he had hair samples easily available." He'd paused. "He's been planning this for years. He's going to try to get me into the graveyard." Dumbledore had been quiet for a very long moment. "Do you know whose graveyard?" he said. "Little Hangleton," Harry said. "The Riddle Grave. Voldemort needs my blood specifically, for the ritual. Lily's protection in the blood. He wants to take it." Another silence. "You can't stop him entering the school," Harry said. "Not without revealing that you know, and he'll run if he knows you know, and then we lose the thread. But I can go to the graveyard prepared." Dumbledore had looked at him the way he'd looked at him in the office after the serious conversation, with that complicated layered expression. You intend to let the resurrection happen. I intend to be there when it happens, Harry said, on my terms. Not his. He'd held the old man's gaze. I need you to have people ready. Not at the graveyard, at the school. When I come back through the port key, I need witnesses and I need them fast. And if you don't come back, Dumbledore said quietly. I'll come back, Harry said. Harry, I'll come back, he said again. Not bravado. Just certainty, the specific certainty of someone who has thought about a thing from every angle and found the same answer each time. So now here was Moody, here was Crouch, the dead man wearing a dead man's face, looking at him with the magical eyes permanent, unwavering attention, and Harry looked back with the pleasant blankness of a 14-year-old who didn't know anything unusual. For champions, Crouch as Moody said. His voice had the particular warmth of someone performing warmth. Unprecedented. Should be interesting. Yes, Harry agreed pleasantly. Very. The tournament moved through autumn and Harry navigated it with the same dual-track focus he gave everything, the visible track, which was a fourth year doing his best in a competition he hadn't entered, and the invisible track, which was managing Crouch's management of him. The first task, dragons. He knew. He knew before Hagrid took him to see them by moonlight, though he went with Hagrid because Hagrid needed to be the one who helped Harry, and Harry wasn't going to take that from him, and he spent the walk back to the castle thinking not about the dragons but about Crouch, who would be feeding Cedric the information as well. He'd confirmed this by watching Cedric's reaction the morning after and seeing the specific tell of someone who'd been given a tip they were trying to look natural about. He made sure Fleur and Crumb were informed through routes that couldn't be traced back to him. Not out of competition strategy, they were good wizards who deserved a fair chance, and a fair chance meant the same information. He flew past the Hungarian Horntail. He was very fast. He'd gotten faster over a year of Quidditch and the specific advantages of a Nimbus 2000 he'd been tuning, legally and precisely, for 18 months. The Horntail was faster than expected and he flew past it at an angle it wasn't built for, low, arcing away, using the chain's tension as a physics problem and letting the dragon's own momentum work against it, and the egg was his in 40 seconds. He flew past the stands on his way back and heard the noise, the specific noise of a stadium watching something very fast do something very difficult, and felt the pleasure of it, clean and simple, before he put it away and landed. In the champion's tent, Cedric shook his hand with genuine warmth. 40 seconds, Cedric said. 40. That's ridiculous. The angle was lucky, Harry said, which wasn't quite true. The angle was ridiculous, Cedric said, grinning. How did you even, that bank at the end, where you went under its wing, I didn't plan that part, Harry said, which was true. Cedric laughed. He had, Harry thought, the particular quality of person who was genuinely good without effort, who didn't need to perform goodness because it was simply how he was built. Harry liked him in the straightforward way he liked people who were what they appeared to be. He thought, with a flat, cold clarity that he tucked away from the conversation, I am not going to let him die. The second task he completed in 47 minutes, with Ron and Hermione both returned safely to the surface, and Fleur's sister as well, because leaving her seemed like a straightforward moral failure regardless of competition rules. He came up second after Cedric and stood dripping on the platform and felt a flash of something that wasn't quite satisfaction, more like the relief of a calculation that had come out correctly. Hermione wrapped a towel around him from behind and said, in his ear, "Are you hurt?" "No," he said. "Were you ever going to be hurt?" "Possibly," he said. "It's a lake full of things that wanted to eat me." "Right." She squeezed his shoulder. "Well done." Ron appeared from the crowd, also wrapped in towels, looking like someone who'd been underwater for an hour, which he had been, and said, "You were fast." "You were very patient," Harry said. "Thank you." "I was asleep," Ron said. "I mean, the charm, I know." "Still. Thank you." Ron looked at him with the expression he had when sentiment was present, but he wasn't going to acknowledge it. "Drink this," he said, handing Harry a cup of something hot. "Hermione made me carry it." The third task arrived in June the way June arrived, fast, after a long winter, suddenly. Harry had spent the intervening months dismantling Crouch's plan from the inside. It was delicate work. Crouch had planted himself deeply in the school, 4 months of daily contact with students, daily access to information, and Harry had to work against him without triggering the withdrawal of the plan, which he needed to remain in place until the right moment. He needed Crouch to think everything was proceeding normally. He needed the graveyard to happen, because the graveyard was where Voldemort would return, and Voldemort returning in a controlled context, where Harry was prepared, where Dumbledore had people ready, where the full picture could be documented, was better than Voldemort returning later in a context Harry couldn't manage. He'd also used the intervening months to retrieve 2 things. The first was the ring Horcrux, which Dumbledore had been planning to retrieve himself, probably this summer, and which Harry had suggested they address jointly. They'd gone in February, a Saturday, the school believing Harry was at Hogsmeade, to the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton. Harry had deactivated the curse on the ring remotely, which required a sustained wandless effort for the better part of an hour and had left him with a headache for 2 days, and then Dumbledore had destroyed the ring with Godric Gryffindor's sword and they'd both stood in the rubble of the Gaunt Shack in the February cold and breathed. Dumbledore had looked at his hand, uninjured, which was the difference from his own previous plan, and then at Harry. "The curse would have killed me," he said. "Within a year." "Yes," Harry said. "You knew that." "Since I was 7. Dumbledore had been quiet for a moment. "Thank you, Harry," he said, and it was the most stripped-down thing the old man had ever said to him, all the performance of headmasterly warmth gone, just a man saying thank you. "That's 2 down," Harry said. "The diary and the ring." 2 down, Dumbledore agreed. The second thing Harry had retrieved was the locket. He'd sent a letter to Kreacher in January, polite, precise, addressing the elf with the respect that the memories had made clear was both deserved and effective, and explained that he was Sirius Black's godson and the heir to House Black's general interests, and that he understood Kreacher had been keeping something of great importance belonging to Regulus Black. He'd asked, with appropriate ceremony, if Kreacher would be willing to discuss this. Kreacher had appeared in his dormitory 3 days later with the locket and the expression of a being for whom having something acknowledged was the nearest thing to peace he'd found in 20 years. Harry had taken the locket with 2 layers of protective gloves and stored it in a lead-lined box under a ward he'd built from 6 interlocking runic sequences and put it in the bottom of his trunk. 3 down. Eventually. The venom was waiting. The maze. He'd studied the maze layout during its construction, because Hogwarts grounds were something he knew and the way Hagrid and Fleur and the others had built it gave him enough information to reconstruct the general structure. He walked in with his wand in his hand and his senses calibrated and moved through it with the directional instinct of someone who'd spent 4 years learning how spaces worked. He helped Cedric twice. Once with a blast-ended scrut, he took the thing from the side, silent, letting Cedric think his own charm had done the work, and once at the Sphinx, whose riddle Harry let Cedric work through most of himself before quietly confirming the last step. When they reached the cup together, Harry said, "Take it." Cedric looked at him. "Together," he said. "Both take it." Harry looked at him. Looked at the cup. He knew what the cup was. He'd known for months. A portkey, yes. A portkey to the graveyard. He'd been preparing for the graveyard. He'd been preparing for Voldemort. He had not, until this exact moment, fully processed the weight of taking Cedric Diggory with him. "Cedric," he said. "Together," Cedric said. "You saved me twice tonight. We're both here. We go together." Harry looked at him and made a decision that was not in any plan. "Listen to me," Harry said. "That cup is a portkey. It goes somewhere dangerous. I can handle what's there, I know what it is and I've prepared for it. If you come with me, I cannot promise you'll be safe." Cedric stared at him. "What, I can't explain everything." There isn't time. He held Cedric's gaze. I need you to trust me. Take the cup. Get the points. Get out of the maze. Harry, please. Cedric looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone measuring what they were being asked against what they could see in the person asking it. You're going to go alone, Cedric said. Yes. Into something dangerous. Very. And you've planned for it. Yes. Cedric looked at the cup. If you die, I won't, Harry said. Cedric looked at him for another moment. Then he reached out and gripped Harry's arm once, hard, and said, Come back. I will, Harry said. Cedric took the cup. Harry watched him go, the flash of portkey light, Cedric gone, and then he turned back into the maze and found the second portkey he'd planted himself, 3 weeks ago, keyed to the same destination, because Crouch had underestimated him and he'd had access to the trophy room and 30 seconds of privacy on a Wednesday afternoon. He touched it and felt the world lurch. The graveyard at Little Hangleton was dark and cold and smelled of old stone and turned earth. He came through the portkey already moving, already casting. The ward that went up around him was not visible but it was there, the same interlocking runic sequence he used for the locket box, scaled and modified, a few seconds of sustained wandless work while Wormtail was still processing his arrival. Wormtail went for him immediately. Harry sidestepped, the spatial awareness, always the spatial awareness, and had the man's wand arm pinned with a petrificus before the traitor had fully raised his arm. Wormtail, frozen, hit the ground. Harry looked at the cauldron. At the bundle tied to the Riddle headstone. At the whole mechanical setup of the resurrection ritual. He'd thought, for months, about stopping it. He could stop it. He could destroy the ritual components, petrify Wormtail, take the bundle and leave. Voldemort, the thing in the bundle, the barely living fragment of a soul, could not enact the ritual without Wormtail's hands and Harry's blood and the bone. But if he stopped it, Voldemort retreated again. Tried again in a different year, a different way, a context Harry couldn't control. The thing that had been chasing him since he was a baby went back underground and waited, and the magical world spent another several years pretending it wasn't coming back while Harry spent several more years trying to destroy Horcruxes without a body to aim at. He looked at the bundle on the headstone. He thought about his plan. He reached into his robes and produced a vial, small, crystal, containing a prepared potion he'd spent 6 months getting right, working from Dumbledore's memories of Moody's aura training and 3 separate sources on contact neutralizers, and he unstoppered Wormtail's hand from the frozen position and placed the vial in it and closed the fingers over it. He removed the petrificus. Wormtail came unfrozen, disoriented, looked at his hand. The ritual, Harry said, but modified. The blood you take from me will carry something with it. When Voldemort has a body, what's in this vial will be part of the construction. It won't harm you. Wormtail stared at him. Do you understand? Harry said. Wormtail made a sound that was not a word. The ritual happens, Harry said. He gets a body. And I get something I need. He looked at the bundle. Tell him I was cooperative. Tell him whatever you need to tell him. But use the vial. He held Wormtail's eyes. The alternative is I leave and he never gets a body at all. Which one do you think he'd prefer? Wormtail, who was at his core a creature of self-preservation, made the only calculation he was built to make. He used the vial. The ritual happened. The bone and the blood and the flesh, and the cauldron flame turning blinding white, and the figure rising from it, tall, pale, noseless, the body of a man assembled by magic and malice, and Harry stood in the graveyard and looked at Voldemort and felt something that was not fear. It was closer to recognition. This was the source of everything. The beginning of all of it. And here it was, embodied, looking at him with red eyes that were trying to be triumphant. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. His voice was cold and high and exactly what the memories had described. He looked at Harry with the particular scrutiny of something that has spent 13 years fixated on one target. You came alone, Voldemort said. Yes, Harry said. You knew this would happen. Yes, Harry said. Voldemort was quiet for a moment. He looked at Harry the way Harry sometimes looked at problems, trying to find the angle he'd missed. You're not afraid. No, Harry said. You should be. Probably, Harry agreed. Are you going to call the Death Eaters? I assumed that was part of this. Voldemort looked at him for another long moment. Then the red eyes moved across Harry with the slow attention of something genuinely curious. You planned for this, he said. Not an accusation. An observation. Yes, Harry said. Why did you allow it? You could have stopped the ritual. I needed you to have a body, Harry said. The red eyes narrowed. Needed. You're harder to hit without one, Harry said. The silence in the graveyard was enormous. Then Voldemort raised his wand and the dark mark went into the sky and the Death Eaters began arriving, and Harry stood in the middle of it with his wand in his hand and his occlumency walls completely intact and thought, now we begin. The dueling demonstration, because that's what it was. Voldemort needed his followers to see him defeat Harry Potter, needed the proof of his return to be Harry's public failure. Harry understood this. He participated in it the way he participated in things he needed to happen, actively, strategically, giving enough to satisfy the performance while taking stock of every Death Eater present. He noted faces. Names where he could get them. The ones who hesitated and the ones who didn't. He let the Cruciatus hit him once because he needed the Death Eaters to believe he was losing, and it was, as advertised, the worst pain he'd ever felt, and he got back up. Voldemort looked at him getting back up with an expression that shifted, something behind the red eyes that was not quite surprise but was close to it. You got up, Voldemort said. Yes, Harry said. He cast. The Expelliarmus hit Voldemort's Avada Kedavra at the same moment and Priori Incantatem happened, the golden thread, the connection, the gun barrel of light between the two wands, and Harry held it not through luck but through the precise, sustained wand work that he'd been training for and the knowledge that the only thing he needed to do was maintain it long enough for the echoes to emerge. The echoes came. James. Lily. People Voldemort had murdered who stepped out of the wand's echo and gave Harry the cover he needed. He broke the connection. He ran for the portkey. The gravestone, the old man Voldemort had killed on arrival, Tom Riddle Sr.'s headstone, and the portkey key to it that Harry had known would be there because Crouch had to have a return mechanism and Harry had found and reprogrammed it on his Wednesday afternoon in the trophy room. He came through into the Hogwarts grounds in front of the crowd. He was on his feet before the portkey light faded. Dumbledore was there in 7 seconds. McGonagall in 12. The Aurors Harry had told Dumbledore to have ready, 3 of them, positioned, waiting, arrived in 20. Harry stood on the Hogwarts grounds in front of 400 students and staff and every political figure who'd come for the tournament's finale and said, clearly, without preamble, Voldemort has returned. He's in the graveyard at Little Hangleton. I have the names of 12 Death Eaters who were present and at least 6 who are in this crowd. The noise that followed was enormous. He let it be enormous. He stood in the middle of it and looked at Dumbledore, who was looking back at him with an expression that contained about 40 years of accumulated knowledge and one fresh piece of it, the specific expression of a man watching something he'd set in motion become something he didn't fully control, and finding, in the gap, something that was not entirely loss. Then Dumbledore raised his wand and the crowd went quiet and said, with the full authority of the most powerful wizard in Britain, we have a great deal to address. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Let's begin, Harry said. The aftermath ran through the night and into the next morning. Fudge arrived and denied everything, which Harry had expected. Fudge left with the documented testimony of 14 witnesses and the names of 6 ministry employees who'd been in the graveyard and was going to have to decide, sometime in the next 24 hours, whether his political survival was better served by continued denial or by the appearance of decisive action. Harry sat in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey had insisted, and he'd chosen not to argue because the cruciatus aftermath was real and the bed was comfortable, and thought about the vial. The potion he'd given Wormtail had been the culmination of 6 months of work. It was built on 2 things, the theory of the blood protection, which Lily's sacrifice had imbued in Harry's blood and which the ritual used to give Voldemort a body capable of touching Harry, and Dumbledore's notes on the Horcrux mechanism. The soul fragment in Harry's scar was Voldemort's. It had been there since Harry was a baby, a 7th piece of a shattered soul. When Voldemort drank Harry's blood into a new body, he was incorporating Harry's blood into his own construction. Harry's blood carried, now, the potion's payload, a carefully designed magical substance that would embed itself in the Horcrux soul fragment that Voldemort was perpetually sustaining in his own consciousness. Not destroying it. That required physical means. But tagging it, the way a tracking charm tagged an object, with a specific runic signature that Harry could now locate. He could find Voldemort's Horcrux anchor in his own scar. Which meant he could, eventually, precisely, surgically, separate it from himself without dying. He hadn't told Dumbledore this part. He lay in the hospital wing and looked at the ceiling and felt the small, cold satisfaction of a calculation that had worked exactly as planned, and underneath that, the larger, older thing, the cruciatus aftermath, the adrenaline coming down, the graveyard and the faces of his parents emerging from a wand and the particular loneliness of being the only person in a situation who fully understood it. Hermione arrived at 8 in the morning, escorted by McGonagall, who looked at Harry with an expression that was professionally stern and personally anguished and said, 10 minutes, and left. Hermione sat in a chair next to the bed and looked at him. He let her look. The vial, she said. Yes. You planned that. Yes. You went into the graveyard alone, at night, with Voldemort, and you planned that. Yes, Harry said. She looked at him for another moment. Then she said, with a precision that cost her something, "Are you actually all right?" Not strategically. Actually. He looked at the ceiling. The cruciatus hurts more than I expected, he said. The rest of it, he paused. It went the way I needed it to go. I don't know yet if I feel all right about it. That's honest, she said. You asked for honest. She put her hand on his arm. Not saying anything, just there, the specific comfort of a person who doesn't need to fix everything in order to be present for it. He let himself be present for it. Ron arrived 12 minutes in, McGonagall's 10 minutes having been loosely interpreted, with food from the Great Hall and the specific expression of someone who had spent a night not sleeping and had decided to handle it through the production of toast. You went into a graveyard, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. Alone. Yes. And you told Cedric not to go. I didn't want him hurt. Ron looked at him. He's gutted he missed it, you know. He keeps saying, I know, Harry said. I'll talk to him. Ron put the toast down on the nightstand and sat on the end of the bed. Voldemort's back, he said. Actually back. Body and everything. Yes, Harry said. And you've got a plan for that. Yes. Ron looked at him for a moment. How many Horcruxes are left? 4, Harry said. The locket, the cup, the diadem, and the snake. Ron nodded slowly. Okay, he said. What do we do next? Harry looked at his 2 best friends, the person who would think with him and the person who would stand with him, and felt the thing that had been in the mirror of Eriste when he was 11, the room full of people who were okay, and found it less distant than it used to be. We eat the toast, Harry said. And then we plan. Ron looked deeply satisfied by this answer. He picked up a piece of toast and handed it to Harry. Obviously, he said. Chapter 7, The Order of Broken Things. The summer between 4th and 5th year was the summer Harry stopped pretending. Not with everyone. He was still careful with the Ministry, still careful with the general population of the wizarding world who were moving through the stages of collective denial with the specific energy of people who had decided that uncertainty was more comfortable than truth. He was still careful with Dumbledore, to a degree, not hiding, but pacing. The old man was moving at his own speed, and Harry had learned that pushing Dumbledore moved him sideways rather than forward. But at Grimmauld Place, in the cramped kitchen that smelled of old wood and something herbal that Mrs. Weasley kept burning against the damp, Harry stopped pretending. Sirius had been properly exonerated in March, a full Wisengamot session, Pettigrew's Veritasrum confession entered into record, a ministry statement that was so hedged and passive that it was almost impressive in its refusal to acknowledge institutional failure. Sirius had sat through it in a suit that Hermione had helped him find, and with the expression of a man reserving judgment on whether any of this meant anything yet. Afterwards he'd said, in Harry's ear, "That's it? That's what 12 years gets." "No," Harry said. "That's what the ministry gives you. What 12 years actually gets is something else." Sirius had looked at him. "You're free," Harry said. "That's the something else." Sirius had been quiet for a moment. Then, "I keep waking up and thinking I'm still there." "I know," Harry said, though he didn't, exactly. "It takes time." "You sound like a very old person," Sirius said. "I feel like one sometimes," Harry said, which was true enough to be worth saying. Grimmauld Place was the Order's headquarters, which Dumbledore had explained to Harry in May. The Order of the Phoenix, reconvened, a network of people who'd fought in the First Wizarding War and were positioning to fight in whatever was coming next. Harry had listened to the explanation and thought about what the Order had been in the memories: brave, loyal, fractured by grief and disagreement and the particular damage of fighting a war without a shared strategy. He'd asked to be included in the briefings. Dumbledore had said, "You are 15. Harry had looked at him. "Yes," Dumbledore had said. "Of course." So now Harry sat in the Order's kitchen with people twice and 3 times his age, moody, genuinely moody this time, wearing the paranoia of a man who'd spent a year in his own trunk, Tonks, who changed her hair color the way other people changed expression, the Weasley elder siblings, Lupin, quieter and steadier and slightly less exhausted looking than third year, and listened to the reports and asked questions that had the effect of stopping the conversation dead while everyone evaluated something they'd assumed was settled. Moody, specifically, had taken to looking at Harry with his magical eye at a fixed angle of slight wariness, which Harry thought was probably the correct response. "The ministry's not going to move," Harry said in the second meeting, after a 20-minute discussion about waiting for Fudge to come around. "He's made his political calculation. Admitting Voldemort's return means admitting he was wrong, which means losing credibility, which means losing power. He'll maintain denial until the evidence is so overwhelming he can't, and by that point the damage is done. What do you suggest?" Moody said. There was the challenge in it that Moody put into everything, but underneath that, the willingness to hear the answer. "Stop trying to convince him," Harry said. "Start building the things that don't need him." He looked around the table. "A medical network independent of St. Mungo's administration. A communications system that doesn't run through the ministry's owl post. And the public. The public is frightened," Lupin said. "The public is frightened because they're being told nothing reliable," Harry said. "People fill information vacuums with their worst assumptions. If we give them something true, something specific, something they can act on, they're not as fragile as Fudge thinks." The table was quiet. "You want to go public," Tonks said. "I want the truth to be available," Harry said. "Whether people take it is their choice." Moody's magical eye moved from Harry to Dumbledore and back again. Dumbledore, at the head of the table, was watching Harry with the expression he'd been developing over 2 years of these conversations, the look of a man listening to his own plans being improved by someone who shouldn't have been able to improve them. "The Prophet won't print it," someone said. "No," Harry agreed. "Rita Skeeter will." Several people made sounds of varying displeasure. "She's terrible," Harry said, "and she's effective and she has an audience that doesn't trust the ministry anyway. She needs managing, not avoiding." He paused. "I can manage her." He'd found Skeeter the previous summer. Hermione had the leverage. She'd discovered Skeeter was an unregistered animagus, a beetle, and had held this knowledge with the specific satisfaction of someone who had been written about uncharitably and now had a very effective response to it. Harry had gone to Hermione at the end of 4th year and said, "Can I have Skeeter?" Hermione had given him a look. "She's not a possession." "Can I have the leverage?" Harry said. "What are you going to do with it?" "Make her useful," Harry said. They'd written to Skeeter together, Hermione's name on the letter, Harry's terms in the content, and she'd arrived at Grimmauld Place one afternoon in July with her quick quotes quill already poised and the defensive aggression of someone who knew they were in a weak position and was going to perform strength until it became real. Harry sat across from her and said, simply, "I want you to print the truth." She looked at him over her rhinestone glasses. "The truth doesn't sell." "Voldemort's return sells," Harry said. "An exclusive interview with me, confirming everything, with specific detail that the Ministry can't deny, that sells." She was quiet, the quill hovering. "You'd be the only reporter who'd printed it when the rest of the profit is running denial," Harry said. "When things shift, and they will shift, you're the one who was right. You're the one who believed me." He looked at her. "That's worth more than any story you'll get by making up things about me." Skeeter looked at him for a long moment. "You're 15, she said. "I hear that a lot," Harry said. She lowered the quill. "What do I get?" "First access," Harry said. "When things develop. Every significant development, you hear about it first." He paused. "And your animagus status stays between us." She looked at Hermione, who was watching with the expression of someone supervising a transaction they find morally complex but practically necessary. "Fine," Skeeter said. The interview ran in the Prophet the first week of August. It ran on page 3, Fudge's people had enough influence to suppress the front page, but it ran, with the specific detail of an eyewitness account that couldn't be dismissed as hearsay, the graveyard, the ritual, the Death Eaters, the names Harry had memorized, the Priorian Candidatum, the Wand Cores and the Echo of Shades. The magical world read it over breakfast and argued about it over dinner and didn't sleep as well that night as it had the night before. Fudge responded by appointing Dolores Umbridge as High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts in September like weather, the kind of weather that's clearly coming and arrives anyway, worse than forecast. She was small and pink and wore a fixed smile that Harry recognized immediately as the smile of someone who had made a permanent decision to find the world less complicated than it was. Her voice was sweet the way something is sweet when it's been concentrated past the point of palatability. She sat on the staff table on the first night and watched the students with the bright, assessing eyes of a person cataloging threats. She looked at Harry and smiled. Harry smiled back. He'd prepared for Umbridge the same way he prepared for everything, thoroughly, early, from every available angle. He knew her history, the blood quill, the educational decrees, the particular brand of institutional cruelty that was most dangerous because it dressed itself as procedure. He knew her loyalty to Fudge was personal as much as political, built on shared worldview as well as shared interest. He also knew that she was, by some significant margin, the most immediately dangerous person at Hogwarts, not in raw magical power, but in the specific power of someone with institutional backing and no ethical ceiling. He was going to need to be very careful about how he handled her. Her first defense class was a masterpiece of the passive-aggressive. Educational theory, rote reading, no practical work, the specific pedagogy of someone who feared what students might do with actual knowledge. She passed out her educational theory textbook with the smile of someone giving a gift, and Harry sat in the third row and opened it and read the table of contents with the mild expression of someone not finding what he expected. He raised his hand. "Yes." Umbridge said, the smile dialing up fractionally. "The practical component of the curriculum is missing," Harry said. "The OWL assessment for defense includes a practical exam. This textbook covers ministry-approved theory, but the practical skills aren't addressed. The ministry," Umbridge said, very pleasantly, "has determined that practical defense skills are unnecessary for students of your age." "With respect," Harry said, "the OWL board hasn't updated its assessment criteria to reflect that determination. Practical skills are still examined. Are you questioning Ministry educational policy, Mr. Potter? I'm noting a discrepancy between Ministry educational policy and Ministry examination requirements, Harry said. I'd hate for anyone to be surprised by the practical component of their OWL. The class was very quiet. Umbridge's smile had not moved a millimeter. 3 points from Gryffindor, she said, for disrupting the lesson. Harry wrote in his textbook and said nothing further. After class, in the corridor, Hermione said, "That was pointed. She needs to know what she's dealing with," Harry said. "She's going to make your life miserable." "She's going to try," Harry said. "She'll find it more difficult than she expects." He was partly right. Umbridge found it difficult in the specific way that intelligent opponents were difficult, not impossible, just costly. She assigned him detentions. He attended them and did not use the blood quill, which he'd come prepared for with a shielding charm so precisely calibrated that it was invisible and felt like normal skin and resisted the quill's magic at the physical layer. She couldn't understand why the quill wasn't working. He sat in her office for an hour writing with a normal quill. She didn't notice him substitute, because sleight of hand was something he'd practiced at Privet Drive while performing non-existence, and his hands were very fast. She assigned more detentions. He attended them and read the books she kept on her desk when she left the room and found, in the bottom drawer that wasn't locked, should have been, 3 memos from Fudge, a draft educational decree that hadn't been promulgated yet, and a report from an unknown source on security concerns regarding Hogwarts students, specific concern, H.J. Potter, known associations, potential organizational activity. He read these quickly and put them back precisely where he'd found them. He thought, she knows about the defense group. Or suspected it. The defense group had been Hermione's suggestion, which Harry respected. She'd come to him in October and said, the 5th years need practical defense skills and Umbridge isn't providing them. What if we taught ourselves? I've been thinking that, Harry said. Students would come, she said. If you asked. If I asked. You're Harry Potter. You've faced Voldemort 3 times. People want to learn from someone who's actually, I don't want it to be about that, Harry said. She looked at him steadily. It doesn't have to be about the legend. It can just be about the teaching. She paused. You're good at it, Harry. Neville in first year. Cedric in the maze. You explain things in a way that makes them land. He thought about Lupin. About what made Lupin's lessons work, the trust in the student's capacity, the practical encounter rather than the theoretical description. The Hog's Head, Harry said. Small group first. Feel out who's serious. The Hog's Head meeting became the DA, which was Dumbledore's army on the list and a different name in Harry's head, Defense Association, which was more accurate. 30 students in a room learning to actually cast, actually shield, actually think under pressure, which was the thing Umbridge's curriculum specifically prevented. Harry taught them the way Lupin had taught him, encounter the thing, not the theory of the thing. He ran them through shield charms until they were automatic, then added a second task while the shield was up, then a third. He taught them to produce a Patronus, which was ambitious for a school group and which several of them managed by Christmas, which Hermione told him was statistically remarkable and which he attributed primarily to the fact that he'd taught the underlying principle rather than the technique. Neville was not remarkable at the DA. He was extraordinary. Harry had known it was possible. He'd set Neville up carefully, intentionally, for 3 years, small moments of genuine encouragement, specific feedback, the deliberate practice of treating Neville's capabilities as real rather than aspirational. In the DA, Neville arrived at something he'd apparently been carrying inside him the whole time, waiting for a room where it was safe to take it out. His Expelliarmus was the fastest in the group. His Reducto could split a practice target in 2. He moved in the defensive exercises with a specific focused intensity that Harry recognized. It was the intensity of someone who had been given a reason, not just an excuse. Harry didn't make a thing of it. He corrected and encouraged the way he did with everyone, but he watched Neville find himself and felt something that was entirely separate from strategy. This was what it was supposed to look like, he thought. This was the thing Dumbledore had tried to give him, clumsily, at great cost. A space where someone could become what they were. He made sure Neville knew how good he was, because knowing mattered and no one had told him in sufficient quantity. Umbridge discovered the DA in February. Or rather, she discovered a list, and the list was real, and the meeting place was compromised, and Harry stood in Dumbledore's office while Fudge and Umbridge and two Aurors demanded to know who was responsible, and Dumbledore said, with the serene finality of a man making a chess move, "I gave the order. The Defense Association is mine." Harry stood slightly behind Fudge's line of sight and watched Dumbledore prepare to flee his own office to prevent his own arrest, and thought, with a combination of exasperation and genuine respect, that the old man was still the best performer in any room he entered. Dumbledore looked at Harry, just briefly, before he went. "Don't." Harry was very still. "Don't what?" "Don't step in." The communication was non-verbal, a lifetime of reading people, a shared understanding built over 2 years of honest conversation. "This is mine to carry. Let me carry it." Harry thought about arguing. He had the means to argue. He could have stood up and told Fudge exactly what he knew and what he could prove, and Fudge would have been forced to act, and Dumbledore's flight would have been unnecessary. He thought about what Dumbledore had said in the hospital wing after 4th year, about carrying things. About what the old man needed, in the long slow arc of his accounting. He stayed quiet. Dumbledore went. Umbridge took Hogwarts. She was, in the end, undone by the thing she feared most, which was not Harry Potter. It was the castle. Hogwarts had a personality. Harry had known this from the memories, the way the staircases moved with intent, the way the portraits talked to each other outside human hearing, the way certain rooms appeared and disappeared according to need. The castle was not intelligent in any human sense, but it had preferences, and its preferences had been running in a particular direction for 1,000 years, and its preferences did not include Dolores Umbridge. The moving staircases became unreliable specifically when she used them. Doors that should have opened didn't. Doors that should have been locked opened at wrong moments. Her office was inhabited by an infestation of something that wasn't quite any known magical creature and defied all her attempts at removal. Harry hadn't arranged any of this. The castle had done it without prompting. He found this enormously satisfying. Fred and George Weasley, in March, had their own response to Umbridge that was more direct and considerably louder. Harry had talked to them in February, one of several conversations he'd been having across the year that he thought of as alignment talks, where he made sure the things he was working toward and the things other people were doing were pointed in the same direction without requiring everyone to know the full picture. "When you go," Harry said to Fred, "go big." Fred looked at him with the expression he and George shared when they were deciding whether to be offended by underestimation. "We're always big." "Bigger," Harry said. Sustained. "Make it last past a single afternoon." Fred and George exchanged the look. "What are we talking, in terms of timeline?" "Long enough that she can't put it out before it burns itself out naturally," Harry said. "Which means the portable swamp needs to be keyed to resist Aguamenti and the standard finite variance." The twins looked at him. "I've been working on the counter-resistances for 6 months, Harry said. "If you want the specifications." "Why," George said slowly, "do you have specifications for our portable swamp?" "Because your portable swamp is brilliant," Harry said, "and it could be better." They'd discussed it for 2 hours. The resulting product was, Harry thought, one of the better outcomes of his particular approach to collaboration: give people the tools to do what they're already going to do anyway, but better, and point them in a useful direction, and then let them be themselves. The Weasley twins' exit from Hogwarts was magnificent. It was sustained. It spread across 3 corridors and 2 staircases and a significant portion of the 5th floor, and it lasted 4 days before Umbridge's combined efforts brought it under control, and by that point the school's entire emotional momentum had shifted in a way that no educational decree could address. Harry watched it from the edge of the courtyard on the day they left and felt something that was genuinely, uncomplicated joyful, not strategic, not calculating, just glad. The Department of Mysteries vision came in April. Harry had been occluding reliably since age 8, which meant the visions Voldemort was sending through the scar connection were muffled, present, like a radio in another room, but not possessing. He'd been monitoring them the way you monitored weather, noting the content and the intensity and what they told him about Voldemort's current fixation without letting himself be drawn into them. The vision of Sirius in the Department of Mysteries arrived differently. It was not Voldemort pushing it. That was the first thing Harry noticed when he woke from it. The quality of the intrusion was wrong, too bright at the edges, too emotionally loaded. Not the cold, controlled sending of something with a purpose. Something raw. He sat in the dark of the dormitory and thought about it. The Horcrux lure. He'd known Voldemort wanted the prophecy, had known since age 7, which meant he'd had 5 years to prepare for this specific play. The play was to make Harry go to the Department of Mysteries to retrieve the prophecy, because Voldemort couldn't send his people openly without exposure, but if Harry came voluntarily, if Harry was lured by something personal enough to override caution, he thought about Sirius in the vision. Trapped. Hurt. He thought about what Voldemort knew about Harry, which was limited by design. He thought about what Voldemort knew about Harry's connections, which would have included, from the Death Eaters present in the graveyard, the names Sirius Black, freed prisoner, godfather, which was public information by now. He thought, this is the one place where my preparation has a gap. He was not afraid of Voldemort. He was not afraid of the Department of Mysteries. He was concerned about 30 students going into the ministry under his lead in a situation Voldemort had designed. He needed to close the gap before it opened. He went to see Snape. Snape's office at 2 in the morning was cold and precisely organized and smelled of potions residue and old stone. Snape answered his knock in a dressing gown with an expression that was too awake for someone who'd been asleep, which meant he hadn't been. "I need the flu," Harry said. "To check on Sirius. Right now." Snape looked at him. "At 2 in the morning." "Yes," Harry said. "I think Voldemort is sending me a lure. I need to verify Sirius is actually at Grimmauld Place before I do anything else." Snape was quiet for a moment. Then he stepped back from the door. Harry used the flu connection Snape kept for order communications and called Grimmauld Place and waited. Sirius answered. Alive, visibly annoyed at being woken up, wearing a robe that had seen better decades. "I'm checking you're here," Harry said. "Obviously I'm here. Where else would I? Why are you asking at 2 in the morning?" "Voldemort sent me a vision of you being hurt in the Department of Mysteries," Harry said. "It was a lure. I needed to confirm." Sirius stared at him through the flu. "You, rather than coming charging in, you checked." "I'm not going to charge in," Harry said. "I'm going to call the order." "Oh," Sirius said. Then, with the expression of a man updating his assessment of a situation in real time, "Right. Yes. Call the order." "I'll need you to coordinate from there," Harry said. "Dumbledore's at the Ministry tonight, I know where he is. If you can reach Lupin and Tonks and have them go to the Department of Mysteries now, they'll intercept the Death Eaters Voldemort was planning to send. I'll keep Umbridge occupied here." Sirius stopped. "How?" "I've been planning for Umbridge for a while," Harry said. "She's going to walk into the Forbidden Forest with a 5th year who knows the centaurs." He paused. "The 5th year knows the plan. The centaurs are expecting her." Sirius looked at him through the fluff fire for a long moment. "You set up a centaur contingency," he said. "For Umbridge." "Months ago. The centaurs have been angry about her interference with their forest for 2 months," Harry said. "I just made sure they knew where to direct it." He met Sirius's eyes. "Are you going to coordinate?" "Yes," Sirius said. "Yes, going now." He paused. "Harry." "Yes. You're genuinely something, you know that." "Call Lupin," Harry said, and ended the flu connection. He turned around. Snape was standing against the far wall with his arms crossed and his expression in the mode Harry had learned to recognize, not the performance of contempt, not the defensive suspicion, but the stripped-down attention of a man encountering something he couldn't categorize. "The lure," Snape said. "You identified it." "The emotional quality was wrong," Harry said. "Too designed." "And the centaur contingency." "I talked to the herd leader, Bane, in January," Harry said. "He was receptive." "You spoke to Bane." "He's intelligent," Harry said. "He has legitimate grievances." "He wanted to know I understood that." He picked up his bag. "Thank you for the flu. Potter." He stopped. Snape's expression had moved somewhere Harry had only seen it go a few times, the very outermost edge of something the man genuinely felt, showing through the professional layers like light under a door. "Your mother," Snape said, "had a gift for finding the right pressure point in any situation. The thing that would move the thing that couldn't otherwise be moved." He paused. "She would have found the centaur approach herself." Harry stood very still. "I know," he said, and meant it in multiple directions. He went back to Gryffindor Tower and sat on his bed in the dark and thought about Lily Potter and centaurs and the specific quality of a compliment that was actually two things at once. The Department of Mysteries happened the way he'd redirected it. The Order was there, Tonks and Lupin and Moody and Kingsley, and the Death Eaters arrived to find the prophecy room occupied in ways they hadn't anticipated. Harry watched it from the corridor via a modified mirror messaging charm Hermione had built in March, having taken the position that he could monitor without being present and be ready to enter if the situation required it. He did not need to enter. Lupin handled Dolohov. Kingsley handled Rookwood. Tonks was extraordinary, fast and creative and with the specific advantage of an Auror who'd been training for exactly this kind of moving engagement. Moody fought the way Moody always fought, like something that had been waiting a long time to stop holding back. The Death Eaters broke. Bellatrix Lestrange was the last one standing, and she fought until she didn't, and what broke her wasn't power, it was Lupin, who fought her with a coldness that Harry recognized as the specific temperature of a long grief finally given permission to act. Sirius did not go to the Ministry. Harry had told him, directly, in March, "I need you to promise me something." "What?" "If there's a situation at the Ministry this year, anything involving me or the Order, I need you to stay at Grimmauld Place." Sirius had looked at him with the expression of someone being asked to swallow something that didn't go down easily. "If you're in danger, if I'm in danger I'll deal with it," Harry said. "You spent 12 years in Azkaban. You've been free for 18 months. The Ministry would love a reason to put you back." He held Sirius's gaze. "I'm not going to give them one. And neither are you." Sirius had been quiet for a long time. "James would never have asked me to stay back." "No," Harry agreed. "But James is not who I'm asking." Another silence. "Fine," Sirius said, with the ill grace of a man accepting a limitation he knows is correct. "Fine." Voldemort arrived at the Ministry. This was the part Harry had expected and prepared for and also not fully prepared for, because there was a difference between knowing intellectually that Voldemort was going to walk into the atrium of the Ministry of Magic and actually standing in that atrium when it happened. The air changed. Not temperature, the quality of it, the specific pressure of the presence. Voldemort looked at him across the atrium. The red eyes moved over him with the measuring intelligence they'd had in the graveyard, the same calculation, updated. He had more data on Harry now. He'd had a year of his Death Eaters failing at things that should have been straightforward, a year of his plans encountering a specific and consistent obstruction. He was making an assessment. "You redirected my people," Voldemort said. Not an accusation. An observation, the same way he'd observed in the graveyard. "Yes," Harry said. "You knew about the vision." "The emotional quality was wrong," Harry said. "Too much design." Voldemort looked at him. "You have been very busy," he said, the same words he'd used in the graveyard, a year ago, and Harry thought he heard, underneath the cold high voice, the nearest thing to genuine interest the man was capable of. "So have you," Harry said. The duel that followed was not a demonstration. It was not a teaching moment or a performance for Death Eater consumption. It was two people, two wizards, separated by the vast gap of their choices and by the strange intimacy of a shared magical connection, encountering each other directly. Harry was 15. Voldemort was the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. Harry was also the product of 5 years of deliberate, relentless, theoretically sophisticated preparation, with a wand in hand and wandless magic running simultaneously as a secondary layer, with a clemency wall so tight that Voldemort's attempts at possession, which he tried twice, the red eyes going sharp with the specific effort of it, found nothing to hold. He was not winning the duel in the conventional sense. Voldemort was more powerful in raw output, the product of 70 years of magical refinement, even through the damage of 7 soul splits. Harry matched him by not fighting the same fight. He moved laterally while Voldemort moved linearly. He used the atrium's architecture as a resource, the revolving barriers, the fountain, the specific angles of the space, while Voldemort came directly at the target in front of him. He was still alive when Dumbledore arrived, which was all he'd needed to be. Dumbledore entering the duel was the sight of something he'd seen only in memory, and memory was not adequate preparation. The old man fought with the specific quality of someone who had been waiting for an excuse, contained powers suddenly released, every spell placed with the precision of someone who'd been thinking about this opponent's patterns for 50 years. Voldemort fled. He fled into Harry, the possession attempt, desperate and furious, and Harry felt it and did not panic, did not struggle, did not try to force it out. He opened instead. Not to Voldemort's will but to everything else, to the memory of the lake crossing in the boats, to Sirius's laugh, to Hermione's hand on his arm in the hospital wing, to Ron handing him toast, and the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been in him since he was a baby responded to all of it the way darkness responded to light, which was by not being able to sustain itself in it. Voldemort left. He stood in the atrium and let the world stop spinning and thought, that's what love does. Not as sentiment. As architecture. Fudge was behind him. A dozen ministry officials were behind Fudge. Harry turned around. Fudge had the expression of a man who had arrived at the worst possible version of the thing he'd been denying. He was looking at the scorched atrium and at the traces of a magical signature he couldn't deny and at Harry Potter standing in the middle of it and at Dumbledore, calmly brushing soot from his robes. He was here, Fudge said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Voldemort was, yes, Harry said. Fudge looked at Harry with the expression of a man who has run out of comfortable positions. There will need to be, a statement, yes, Harry said. There will. I'd recommend a full Wisengamot address. Within the week. He held Fudge's eyes. Skeeter has her interview ready. She's been holding it since last August. If you don't address this publicly and specifically, it runs tomorrow morning. Your choice, Minister. Fudge stared at him. Moody, from somewhere behind Harry, made a sound that might have been approval. Dumbledore said nothing. Fudge made the address. Hogwarts at the end of 5th year had the specific quality of a room after a long storm, everything rearranged, some things broken, some things surprisingly intact. Umbridge was gone. She'd been collected from the Forbidden Forest by Kingsley and a ministry team and taken to an administrative review that Harry suspected would be ongoing for some time. Dumbledore had returned. The Daily Prophet had run Skeeter's interview on the front page, above the fold, with photographs. Exams happened. Harry sat them with the specific focus of someone who had been doing any WTS-level work since 3rd year and found OWLs manageable accordingly. He didn't make a thing of this, he simply did them, and when his results came they were results, and he filed them and moved on. The night before the Hogwarts Express, he sat on the astronomy tower with Hermione and Ron and they looked out at the grounds in the late June dark. The lake was still. Hagrid's hut had lights in it. For Horcruxes, Hermione said. The locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake. The locket we have, Harry said. The cup is in Gringotts. The diadem is in the room of requirement. The snake stays with Voldemort. So Gringotts first, Ron said. Gringotts first, Harry confirmed. That's going to be interesting, Ron said. I have thoughts about Gringotts, Harry said. Of course you do, Hermione said. I've had thoughts about Gringotts since I was 10. She looked at him sideways. You started planning Gringotts at 10. I started noting it as a future problem at 10, Harry said. I started actually planning it at 12. Ron said, you know what I've realized, living with this for 3 years? What? Harry said. You're either completely terrifying or incredibly reassuring, and I genuinely can't tell which from one moment to the next. Harry thought about this. Both, I think. Yeah, Ron said. Both. They sat in the dark for a while and the castle breathed around them and the lake was still and the sky had stars in it and Harry thought about the mirror of Eriste and the room full of people who were okay and thought it was closer than it had ever been. Not close enough. But closer.